The winter sun cast long shadows over the dirt path to Hattie Mae Lee's white clapboard house, its modest frame standing resolutely among the tall pine trees of rural Kosciuszko. January in Mississippi carried a particular stillness, the kind that seemed to suspend time between heaven and earth. Inside the small house, a coal stove radiated precious heat, while a 3-year-old girl with bright eyes and hair carefully plaited into neat rows sat cross-legged on the wooden floor, her small finger tracing words in a worn Bible. Oprah called her grandmother from the kitchen, using the biblical name written on her birth certificate, though most had already begun calling her Oprah. "Come help me with these dishes, child." Born Oprah Gail Winfrey on January 29, 1954, she came into a world of strict limitations and unexpected gifts. Her mother, Venita Lee, and father, Vernon Winfrey, had never married, and the circumstances of her arrival might have predicted a life of quiet struggle. But there was something in the child's eyes, a luminous quality that her grandmother recognized early, that suggested a different path. "Hattie Mae," the neighbors would say, "that child of yours has got something special." The pig farm where they lived had no running water. Hattie Mae's days began before dawn, feeding animals, working the land, and maintaining the delicate economy of barter and favor that kept rural black families afloat in Attala County. Oprah would follow her grandmother through morning chores, her small feet leaving impressions in the soil beside the larger ones. "A person can be poor in possessions but rich in spirit," Hattie Mae would tell her, the words carrying the weight of generations who had survived on such wisdom. While other children played with corn-husk dolls and marbles, young Oprah collected words. She memorized Bible verses, poems, and passages from the few books that circulated through their community. By age 3, she was reciting in the Buffalo United Methodist Church, standing before the congregation in a dress Hattie Mae had sewn from cotton feed sacks, her voice carrying to the back pews with surprising authority. "And Jesus said, 'Let the little children come unto me, and do not hinder them, for the kingdom of heaven belongs to such as these.'" The congregation responded with amens that rolled like thunder while coins were pressed into her small palm afterward. Her first experience with the economy of attention, the exchange of words for value. "She's reading at 4, Hattie Mae told the other church ladies with quiet pride. "Reading like she's been in school for years." The evenings on the farm followed the rhythm of the seasons. In summer, they would sit on the porch, listening to cicadas while Hattie Mae shelled peas or mended clothes. In winter, they gathered close to the stove while Oprah practiced her reading by the light of kerosene lamps. "Read me Psalms tonight," Hattie Mae would request, her hands never idle as she worked the needle through fabric. Creating something from nearly nothing, a skill she was passing to her granddaughter in ways beyond sewing. 15 miles away in the town center, Eisenhower's America glowed through store windows. New Chevrolets gleamed under dealership lights, and television sets displayed "I Love Lucy" in the homes fortunate enough to afford them. But those luxuries existed in another world, one separated by more than just distance. In August 1955, when Oprah was barely a year and a half old, news traveled through the county about a 14-year-old boy named Emmett Till who had been murdered in Money, Mississippi. The adults spoke in hushed tones, their voices dropping whenever children entered the room. But even at her young age, Oprah absorbed the cadence of fear, the careful instructions that followed. "You look down when white folks are speaking," Hattie Mae instructed, not with submission in her voice, but with the steel of survival. "You say yes, ma'am, and no, sir. You don't linger in town after dark." These were not merely manners but armor, passed down through generations who had learned to navigate a world designed to limit their movement, their voice, their very existence. Yet within the boundaries of their farm and church community, there existed another education, one of dignity, faith, and the power of words. The Buffalo United Methodist Church stood as the center of their social universe, a place where Sunday services stretched for hours, where gospel music lifted voices that had been silenced all week in fields and kitchens. It was here that Oprah found her first audience, her first affirmation that the words she collected and deployed carried power. "That child preaches better than Brother Thomas," one church elder remarked after Oprah delivered a particularly moving recitation at 5 years old, earning her 50 cents, a princely sum that she promptly gave to Hattie Mae for household needs. The church ladies with their white gloves and fans, the deacons in pressed suits despite the heat, the choir whose harmonies seemed to reach beyond the wooden ceiling, they formed a constellation of influence in her early years, each contributing to her understanding of community and performance. Radio brought another world into their home. In the evenings, they would gather around the AM radio, listening to WLC from Nashville as it broadcast rhythm and blues and gospel after dark. The announcers' voices fascinated Oprah, how they could paint pictures with words alone, how they could make listeners feel connected across miles of pine forest and cotton fields. "I want to do that someday," she told Hattie Mae, pointing at the radio. "I want my voice to travel." Her grandmother nodded, neither encouraging nor dismissing the dream, knowing that dreams required careful handling in a place where they so often withered before bearing fruit. The small farm required constant attention. Before sunrise, Hattie Mae would be in the pig pen, feeding the animals that represented both livelihood and food security. Oprah learned early that books offered respite but didn't exempt her from chores, collecting eggs, carrying water from the well, helping with washing that required heating water in large iron pots over outdoor fires. "Work comes before words," Hattie Mae would remind her when she caught Oprah reading instead of finishing her tasks. "But words will take you where work alone cannot." The pigs, with their curious intelligence and stubborn personalities, became Oprah's first audience beyond church. She would practice her recitations to them, finding in their indifferent grunts the freedom to experiment with inflection and emphasis without judgment. "Those pigs don't know they're listening to somebody special," a neighbor once commented, watching the small girl gesturing dramatically to her captive audience. The neighbor, like many in their community, participated in the collective raising of children. When Hattie Mae needed to work longer hours, Oprah might stay with another family, all part of the invisible support network that sustained them through seasons of scarcity. In 1956, as the Montgomery bus boycott unfolded 60 miles northwest in Alabama, the ripples of change reached even their isolated corner of Mississippi. The adults spoke in coded language about the movement and the trouble, but Oprah, now an avid listener to conversations not meant for her ears, began assembling a worldview beyond Kosciuszko. "Why can't we sit anywhere on the bus?" she asked Hattie Mae one evening, after overhearing a conversation about Rosa Parks. Her grandmother's face registered surprise, then resignation. "Because the world isn't fair, child, but that doesn't mean we accept the unfairness in our hearts." It was a complex lesson for a child not yet in school, but Oprah nodded with a gravity beyond her years. The books she cherished were teaching her about justice and injustice, about the gap between what was and what ought to be. By 1957, her reading abilities had drawn attention beyond their immediate community. A local teacher, hearing about the prodigy on Hattie Mae's pig farm, brought books, real storybooks with colorful illustrations, not just discarded readers or church pamphlets. "She reads at a 5th grade level," the teacher reported back, shaking her head in wonder, "and she's only 3 years from starting school." The books became treasures, carefully protected from farm dust and handled with reverence. Oprah created a special place for them in the corner of the room she shared with her grandmother, a library consisting of 5 volumes that she read repeatedly until she could recite them from memory. "Tell me about the girl with the red shoes," Hattie Mae would request on evenings when her bones ached too much for reading. Oprah would recite the story, adding flourishes and changing voices for different characters, transforming their small room into a theater of the imagination. Life on the farm followed the agricultural calendar. Spring brought planting and the hope of sufficient rain. Summer meant tending and protecting crops from pests and drought. Fall was harvest and preparation. Winter was repair and planning for the cycle to begin again. Within this rhythm, Oprah absorbed lessons about patience, about the relationship between effort and outcome, about the natural consequences of neglect. "You can't rush a seed," Hattie Mae would say when Oprah displayed impatience. "Everything grows in its time." The lack of running water shaped daily existence in ways city dwellers could scarcely imagine. Bath time involved heating water on the stove and pouring it into a metal tub, an ordeal undertaken just once a week. The outhouse stood a careful distance from the main house, a dreaded destination on winter mornings when frost covered the ground and the wooden seat held the memory of ice. Cleanliness is next to godliness, Hattie Mae insisted, scrubbing Oprah's neck with particular vigor before Sunday services. The Lord doesn't mind if your dress is patched, but he expects you to be clean. Their diet was simple but rarely sparse, supplemented by what the farm provided. Eggs from their chickens, vegetables from their garden, occasional meat from their pigs, and the communal sharing that characterized their church community meant that while cash was scarce, food generally was not. Give thanks for what's before you was the blessing before each meal, a reminder of gratitude that shaped Oprah's earliest understanding of abundance and lack. As she approached 6, Oprah became increasingly aware of her family's complexity. She knew her mother lived in Milwaukee, a place so distant it might as well have been another planet. She knew her father was in Nashville, working as a barber. She understood, in the way children grasp the outlines of adult situations without fully comprehending them, that her birth had occurred within circumstances that led to her being raised by her grandmother. "Your mama's trying to make a way," Hattie Mae would say when Oprah asked about Vanita. "She'll send it to you when she can." The existence of half-siblings, Jeffrey born to her mother and others she had yet to meet, created a constellation of family that extended beyond the boundaries of the farm, points of connection to a future not yet revealed. In late 1959, letters from Milwaukee began arriving more frequently. Vanita had secured steady work and an apartment with room enough for her daughter. The prospect of leaving the farm, of leaving Hattie Mae, filled Oprah with conflicting emotions. "Will there be books in Milwaukee?" she asked, her priorities clear. "There's a library," Hattie Mae assured her, hiding her own grief behind practical preparations. "With more books than you could read in a lifetime." The final months on the farm took on the quality of a long goodbye. Oprah followed her grandmother more closely, watching how she measured cornmeal for bread, how she predicted weather by observing the behavior of animals, how she navigated the complex social geography of their community, lessons not found in books but essential nonetheless. "Remember who you are," Hattie Mae told her repeatedly. "You're from people who survived. You come from strength." In the winter of 1960, as preparations for her departure accelerated, 6-year-old Oprah stood in the Buffalo United Methodist Church one last time. The congregation had gathered not just for Sunday service, but to bid farewell to the child who had grown up reciting scripture in their midst. "Oprah's going north," the pastor announced. "Let us pray for her journey and for the Lord to guide her steps in the city." The church ladies had prepared a special collection, pressing bills and coins into a small cloth purse, their investment in her future. The deacons had arranged for a ride to the Greyhound station. The choir sang "Amazing Grace" with particular fervor, as though the sound might follow her north and shield her from whatever awaited. On her final night on the farm, Oprah and Hattie Mae sat on the porch despite the January chill, looking at stars that seemed close enough to touch in the clear Mississippi sky. "The same stars shine over Milwaukee," her grandmother said, following the child's gaze upward. "Whenever you miss home, just look up." "Will you forget me?" Oprah asked, the fear suddenly overwhelming her excitement about the journey ahead. Hattie Mae drew her close, the scent of lye soap and cotton enveloping them both. "Child, you are unforgettable. The Lord didn't place that light in you to be hidden. You remember what I taught you, about work, about words, about treating people right. The rest will follow." Morning arrived with frost edging the windows and the sound of the neighbor's truck coming up the dirt road. Oprah wore her best dress, the small suitcase containing her few possessions packed carefully with her precious books nestled at the bottom. Hattie Mae walked her to the truck, her face composed despite the separation at hand. "You write me letters," she instructed. "Show me how those reading lessons paid off." The neighbor helped Oprah into the truck, and as they pulled away, she looked back at the small white house that had been her entire world. Hattie Mae stood perfectly still, her hand raised in blessing rather than farewell, diminishing in the distance but never in importance. The Mississippi landscape flowed past the truck windows, pine forests and cotton fields dormant for winter, small towns with their rigid boundaries visible in the separation of neighborhoods. The occasional glimpse of the wider world through billboards advertising Coca-Cola and cigarettes. At the Greyhound station, her ticket north represented more than transportation. It was a passage between worlds, between the rural poverty that had shaped her earliest understanding and the urban landscape that would challenge and expand it. As the bus pulled away from Kosciuszko, Oprah pressed her face to the window, watching the only home she had known recede into memory. She carried with her invisible gifts, the cadence of scripture, the discipline of chores, the confidence born from standing before a congregation, and the knowledge that words, carefully chosen, thoughtfully delivered, could create a bridge between where she was and where she might go. The Greyhound headed north on roads still segregated by custom if not by law. But the child with the suitcase full of books had already begun to imagine a world where boundaries might be crossed, where the voice that had earned nickels in a country church might someday reach beyond those pine-scented hills to touch lives she could not yet envision. Dusk fell as the bus crossed the Tennessee line. Oprah fell asleep watching unfamiliar towns pass by, her dreams filled with the sound of Hattie Mae's voice, the weight of books in her hands, and the vast, unnamed possibilities that waited somewhere beyond the horizon. The snowflakes fell against the window of the Milwaukee Project apartment, each one dissolving into a tear that slid down the cold glass. 9-year-old Oprah Winfrey pressed her palm against the pane, feeling the chills seep through her skin as she watched white children play in the distance, their laughter carried away by the winter wind before it could reach her ears. "Oprah," her mother Vernita called from the kitchen, voice thin with exhaustion after another double shift, "come help with dinner." The apartment smelled of pine sol and fatigue, the small 2-bedroom unit in Milwaukee's housing projects that had become their home 3 years earlier. The move north from Mississippi had promised better opportunities, part of that great migration that had drawn so many black families from the South. But the promised land of the North had revealed itself to be merely another kind of wilderness, concrete instead of cotton fields, but no less harsh in its own way. Oprah moved away from the window, her sock feet padding across the linoleum floor. At school, they had watched the presidential inauguration of Lyndon Johnson after Kennedy's assassination. Mrs. Duncan, her 4th-grade teacher, had explained the significance with a gravity that made Oprah feel both important and afraid. The world outside seemed to be burning, Freedom Summer volunteers murdered in Mississippi, Watts erupting in flames, and every night on their small television, more images of German shepherds and fire hoses turned against people who looked like her family. "The potatoes need peeling," Vernita said, not unkindly, but with the flattened affect of a woman working too many hours for too little money. The 65 weekly paycheck from her housekeeping job barely covered rent, utilities, and food. There was seldom anything left over for luxuries like new clothes or the books Oprah craved. Oprah took the paring knife and began methodically stripping the potatoes of their dirty skins. She had become adept at domestic tasks, a necessary education in a household where her mother was often absent, working to keep them housed and fed. The cramped kitchen, with its yellowing wallpaper and temperamental stove, had become both classroom and refuge. "You got homework tonight?" Vernita asked, stirring a pot of beans. "Yes, Mum, a book report." "What book this time?" "A Tree Grows in Brooklyn," Oprah replied, her voice warming with enthusiasm despite the cold draft seeping through the window frame. "Mrs. Duncan says I'm reading at a high school level." A ghost of pride crossed Vernita's face before dissolving back into weariness. "That teacher thinks mighty high of you. She says I could be something someday," Oprah said quietly, focusing on the potato in her hands. Vernita's silence filled the kitchen. It wasn't that she didn't believe her daughter could be something. It was that belief cost too much in a world that had taught her about limits and disappointments. She reached for the bottle tucked behind the flour canister, pouring a measure of amber liquid into her coffee cup. Oprah watched from the corner of her eye, the familiar knot forming in her stomach. The drinking had begun as an occasional relief from the crushing pressure of being a single mother in the projects, but had gradually become a nightly ritual. Vanita was never violent in her drinking, just increasingly absent, disappearing into herself even while physically present. "I'll finish dinner," Oprah offered, her voice older than her years. "You look tired." Later that night, after washing the dishes and making sure her mother made it to bed, Oprah retreated to the small bedroom she shared with cousins who often stayed with them. She pulled out her precious book, borrowed from the school library, and a flashlight she'd saved for weeks to buy. Reading was her ladder, her escape, the only space where her imagination could stretch beyond the confines of the Milwaukee projects. The next morning, it dawned gray and bitter. The ancient radiator clanked and sputtered, producing more noise than heat. Oprah dressed in layers, the same clothes she'd worn the day before, and prepared for another day at Lincoln Elementary. The school bus journey was a passage between worlds. From the projects with their peeling paint and broken windows to the relatively affluent neighborhood surrounding Lincoln, Oprah felt the weight of being a visitor in someone else's territory. She was one of only a handful of black students, tokens in an early integration experiment that placed the burden of proof on children's shoulders. In the school bathroom, she stared at her reflection, practicing the smile she would wear all day, the mask that hid her vulnerability, the armor that protected her from stares and whispered comments. She had learned early that to survive as the only black girl in most of her classes required a performance of confidence she didn't always feel. Oprah, Mrs. Duncan, greeted her warmly as she entered the classroom. "I finished that book we talked about. I think you'll love it." Elizabeth Duncan was a rarity, a white teacher who saw Oprah's intelligence as something to nurture rather than a curiosity or threat. In her classroom, Oprah felt visible in the way she craved for her mind, not just her skin color. "Thank you," Oprah said, accepting the book with reverence. Books were precious commodities, portals to worlds beyond Milwaukee, beyond the projects, beyond the confines of a body that was beginning to feel unsafe in ways she couldn't articulate. The abuse had begun several months earlier. A trusted family member, someone who should have protected her, had instead become her tormentor. The violation occurred in shadows and silence, accompanied by threats and manipulations that kept Oprah locked in a prison of shame. She carried this secret like a stone in her chest, heavy and cold, making it hard to breathe sometimes. Mrs. Duncan noticed the shadows under her star pupil's eyes. "Are you all right, Oprah? You seem tired today." "Just stayed up reading," Oprah replied, the lie flowing easily. She had become adept at presenting the face expected of her, at hiding the turmoil beneath. "Well, books will do that to you," Mrs. Duncan smiled. "Just don't forget to sleep. Even brilliant minds need rest." That afternoon, during reading time, Oprah lost herself in the pages of a novel about a girl who overcame hardship through determination and intelligence. The parallels were not lost on her. She was searching for a roadmap, a guide to survival and eventual escape. When the final bell rang, Oprah lingered in the classroom, reluctant to leave its relative safety. Mrs. Duncan was organizing papers at her desk. "Mrs. Duncan," Oprah began hesitantly, how do they know what they're supposed to be when they grow up?" The teacher set down her papers, giving Oprah her full attention. "That's a big question. I think most people try different things until something feels right. But some people, like you, Oprah, have gifts that point the way early on." "What gifts do I have?" The question emerged, small and vulnerable. "You have a way with words, a natural ability to understand people's feelings, and a mind that absorbs knowledge like a sponge," Mrs. Duncan replied. "But most importantly, you have persistence. You keep going, no matter what." The words settled into Oprah like seeds finding fertile ground. She didn't know yet what shape those seeds would take when they grew, but they offered something to hold on to in the shifting sands of her childhood. At home that evening, Oprah found her mother already halfway through a bottle, eyes unfocused as she watched the evening news. Images of Vietnam filled the screen, young men not much older than boys being shipped off to jungles half a world away. "Mama," Oprah said gently, "I can make us some dinner." Vanita blinked slowly, registering her daughter's presence. "There's some chicken in the icebox," she mumbled. As Oprah prepared their simple meal, she made a silent vow to herself. She would never surrender control the way her mother had, would never seek comfort in a bottle that only deepened pain. The alcohol that temporarily numbed Vernita's struggles had created new ones for them both, leaving Oprah to navigate not just poverty and racism, but also the unpredictable emotional landscape of life with an alcoholic parent. The months passed in a rhythm of school days that offered respite and home nights that held danger. The sexual abuse continued, a shadow life running parallel to her public one. Oprah developed a hypervigilance that would never fully leave her, an awareness of exits, an ability to read subtle shifts in mood, a skill for deflection and distraction when necessary. By the summer of 1966, when she was 12, the disconnect between Oprah's academic promise and her deteriorating home situation had become stark. Her grades remained excellent, but dark circles permanently underlined her eyes, and her once exuberant personality had grown cautious, watchful. In the stifling heat of the project apartment, where summer temperatures soared without air conditioning, tensions rose like the mercury. Vernita's drinking worsened with the heat, and the crowded conditions, cousins and occasional friends staying in their small space, increased both chaos and risk. One evening, while helping her mother fold laundry still warm from the laundromat, Oprah broached the subject that had been forming in her mind. "Mama, what would you think about me going to live with Daddy in Nashville?" The question hung in the humid air between them. Vernon Winfrey, Oprah's father, had maintained contact over the years despite the separation from Vernita. His life in Nashville, where he ran a barbershop, served on the city council, and maintained a household of strict rules and expectations, existed as a counterpoint to the unpredictability of their Milwaukee existence. Vernita's hand stilled on a half-folded sheet. Something like relief flashed across her face, followed quickly by shame. "You don't want to be here with me anymore?" she asked, but the question lacked conviction. "It's not that," Oprah said carefully. "But Daddy has that nice house, and the school's in Nashville," she trailed off, unable to articulate the full truth, that she needed safety, structure, a place where predators couldn't reach her in the night. Vernita was silent for a long time, folding and refolding the same towel. Finally, she spoke. "Maybe it would be better for you. Vernon can give you things I can't." The admission cost her. Oprah could see that. But beneath the hurt was a mother's recognition that her child needed more than she could provide, not just materially, but in terms of protection and stability. The decision wasn't made that night, but a door had been opened. Over the following months, phone calls were exchanged, arrangements discussed. Vernon Winfrey, with his clear rules and expectations, represented a different kind of life, one where education was paramount and discipline was the foundation. As her 13th year approached, Oprah packed her few possessions into a cardboard suitcase. The Milwaukee chapter of her life was closing, a period that had shaped her through both trauma and resilience. Through the contrast between educational opportunity and personal violation, through the discovery of books as both escape and potential future. On her last visit to Lincoln Elementary, she sought out Mrs. Duncan, the teacher who had seen her potential when others saw only her color. "I'm moving to Nashville," Oprah announced, standing straight-backed beside the teacher's desk, "to live with my father." Mrs. Duncan's eyes reflected a complex mixture of emotions: happiness for the opportunities that might await her star pupil, sadness at losing her from the classroom. "Nashville is lucky to get you," she said finally. "But promise me one thing, Oprah." "What's that?" "What's that? Don't stop reading. Don't stop learning. The world has a way of trying to make exceptional people ordinary. Don't let it." Oprah nodded solemnly. "I promise." As she left the classroom for the final time, Oprah carried with her not just Mrs. Duncan's books and encouragement, but also the hard-earned wisdom of her Milwaukee years. She had learned that words could be weapons or shields, that education offered paths where none seemed to exist, that some adults protected while others were destroyed, and that surviving meant developing an antenna for danger while never surrendering hope. The bus that would take her to the train station idled at the curb, exhaust mingling with the spring air. Vernita stood awkwardly beside her, their relationship complicated by love and failure, by good intentions and harmful choices. "You be good for your daddy," Vernita said, straightening Oprah's collar. "Mind your studies." "Yes, Mom," Oprah replied, the formality a shield against the emotion threatening to overwhelm her. "And write to me. Tell me everything." But both knew there were some things that would never make it into those letters. The full truth of what had happened in Milwaukee, the depth of the wounds that Oprah would carry forward. Those secrets would remain buried for years, emerging only when she had built enough strength and security to face them. As the bus pulled away from the Milwaukee projects, 13-year-old Oprah Winfrey pressed her forehead against the cool window glass, watching the landscape of her childhood recede. The high-rises with their broken elevators, the corner store where pennies bought candy, the library that had been her sanctuary, all fell away as the bus headed south. She didn't know then that the discipline awaiting her in Nashville would become the structure upon which she would build an empire, or that the empathy forged in isolation would one day connect her to millions. She knew only that she was moving toward something that felt like a chance to rewrite her story, to find solid ground beneath her feet, to become something more than what the projects had offered. In the worn canvas bag beside her, carefully wrapped in a sweater, sat the books Mrs. Duncan had given her as a parting gift. They were more than paper and ink. They were possibility, promise, proof that other worlds existed beyond the one that had both formed and nearly broken her. The Milwaukee chapter was ending. The narrative of her life was turning a page. The heavy summer rain washed down the steep grade of Jefferson Street, carrying with it the day's heat, and leaving Nashville's pavement slick with reflected neon. Inside Vernon Winfrey's barbershop, the last customer of the day was receiving a trim, while a heated debate about the Vietnam War draft lottery filled the room with passionate discourse. Through the window, a slender teenage girl in a pressed white blouse and navy skirt picked her way carefully along the wet sidewalk, head held high despite the downpour. "There she is," Vernon announced, momentarily pausing his scissors. "Right on time." The girl was Oprah Winfrey, 17 years old, and moving with the deliberate confidence of someone who understood that punctuality was non-negotiable in Vernon Winfrey's world. The bell above the door jangled as she entered, bringing with her the petrichor scent of rain-soaked asphalt and the rhythmic sounds of the Temptations drifting from a passing car radio. "How was debate practice?" Vernon asked, his eyes never leaving his customer's hairline. "We're preparing for the district finals," Oprah replied, setting her books down carefully on the worn wooden bench where men typically waited their turn for a haircut. "Mr. Simmons thinks we have a real chance this year." Vernon nodded, the slight motion conveying both acknowledgement and expectation. In the 3 years since she had come to live with him in Nashville, leaving behind the chaos of her Milwaukee life, Oprah had transformed into an honor student at East Nashville High. Their arrangement was built on a foundation of structure and accountability. Curfews were absolute, weekly book reports were mandatory, and excellence was the baseline expectation, not an aspiration. "I'll be in the back doing homework," she said, already moving toward the small office where Vernon kept his accounts. It was their routine. She would study while he finished with his last customers, and then they would walk the 8 blocks home together, their conversation invariably turning to current events, history, or the book she was reading that week. The office was spare but functional, a metal desk with a blotter calendar, a rotary phone, and shelves lined with ledgers and barbering supplies. Oprah settled in, extracting her dog-eared copy of Native Son from her bag. She had chosen Richard Wright's novel for this week's book report, knowing Vernon would approve of both the literary merit and the social commentary. Outside, thunder rolled across the Nashville sky as 1968 continued its relentless march through one of America's most tumultuous years. The assassinations of Dr. King in April and Robert Kennedy in June had cast long shadows across the national consciousness. The Democratic National Convention in Chicago had erupted in violence just weeks earlier. And throughout it all, the war in Vietnam ground on, claiming young men from neighborhoods just like this one. By the spring of 1971, Oprah had developed a reputation at East Nashville High as a formidable orator. Her voice, That instrument, which would one day become recognized across continents, was already distinctive, rich, measured, and capable of modulating from conversational warmth to commanding presence with natural ease. They're announcing the winners of the Miss Fire Prevention contest today, her friend Rhonda whispered as they sat in the school auditorium for the morning assembly. Did you even want to enter that thing? Oprah shrugged. Vernon thought it would be good practice for public speaking. When the fire chief called her name as the winner, Oprah's surprise was genuine. The prize included a tour of local radio station WVOL, scheduled for that afternoon. As the assembly dispersed, she found herself wondering what a radio station might look like from the inside, the mechanics behind the voices that filled Nashville's airwaves day and night. WVOL's studios occupied a modest two-story building near Jefferson Street. The receptionist led Oprah through a corridor lined with framed photographs of soul artists, Aretha Franklin, Otis Redding, Sam and Dave, many autographed to the station's popular DJs. Through a glass partition, she could see a man in headphones queuing up a record, his movements precise and practiced. "This is our main studio," explained the station manager, John Heidelberg, as he guided her inside. "We broadcast soul, R&B, and community programming to Nashville's black community." Oprah inhaled the peculiar atmosphere, the sound dampening panels, the red on-air light, the turntables and reel-to-reel machines that transformed music and voice into electromagnetic signals carried across the city. "Would you like to say something?" Heidelberg asked, gesturing toward the microphone. "We're on commercial break for another minute." Oprah hesitated only briefly before stepping forward. The microphone stood before her like an invitation. When Heidelberg gave her the signal, she leaned in and spoke with a poise that belied her 17 years. "This is Oprah Winfrey, your Miss Fire Prevention 1971, visiting WVOL today. Remember, Nashville, a moment of caution prevents a lifetime of regret." She stepped back, expecting that to be the end of her radio debut. Instead, she found Heidelberg studying her with an appraising look. "Have you ever considered radio work?" he asked. 3 days later, she was hired at $100 per week, an astonishing sum for a high school student in 1971, when the median annual income hovered around $10,000. Vernon insisted the money go toward her education, with only a small allowance for personal expenses. The job would continue through her enrollment at Tennessee State University that fall, where she would study speech communications and performing arts. The WVOL studio became Oprah's sanctuary during her first year at Tennessee State. The pre-dawn shift was hers, arriving at 5:30 a.m. to prepare for the 600 broadcast, queuing up gospel records to ease Nashville's black community into their workday. In those quiet hours before sunrise, she developed the intimate connection with an unseen audience that would become her hallmark. "You're listening to WVOL 1470 AM, and I'm Oprah Winfrey," she would say into the microphone, her voice a warm companion to listeners preparing breakfast, dressing children, or driving to early shifts across the city. "It's Tuesday, March 14th, 1972, and the temperature is 48 degrees. We've got Aretha coming up next, but first, let's talk about what's happening in our community today." The station's small newsroom provided a natural education in storytelling, which details mattered, how to frame information, when to let silence create emphasis. She learned to read wire reports critically, to condense complex issues into accessible segments, and most importantly, to speak to one person at a time, even when thousands might be listening. "You've got something special," her station manager told her after she'd been on air for 6 months. "Most people talk on the microphone. You talk through it, like you're sitting in someone's kitchen having coffee with them." In her communications classes at Tennessee State, professors noticed the same quality. While other students struggled with the artificiality of classroom presentations, Oprah seemed to dissolve the barrier between speaker and audience, creating connection rather than performance. Dr. Sanders, her public speaking professor, held her back after class one autumn afternoon. "Miss Winfrey, have you considered television? With your presence and voice, you should be thinking beyond the radio." The suggestion planted a seed. Television was the dominant medium of the era, bringing the Vietnam War, the Civil Rights Movement, and cultural upheaval directly into American living rooms. But in 1972, black female anchors were virtually non-existent, particularly in southern markets like Nashville. The following spring, a rare opportunity materialized when WTVF-TV, Nashville's CBS affiliate, began searching for new talent to diversify their news team. The Civil Rights Movement had transformed America's legal landscape, but television news remained overwhelmingly white and male. Stations across the country were under increasing pressure to reflect their communities more accurately. Oprah's audition tape, recorded in WVOL's studio with borrowed equipment, showcased her natural poise and clear diction. When the call came inviting her for an in-person interview, Vernon insisted on driving her to the station himself. "Remember," he said as they parked outside the WTVF building, "they need you more than you need them. Your voice is your own. Don't let them change it to fit their idea of what a newscaster should sound like." The station's news director, Gene Cox, was direct during their meeting. "You're young, just 19, and you have limited experience. But there's something authentic about your delivery. We're looking to connect with all of Nashville's communities." The job offer arrived a week later, evening news co-anchor, starting at a salary that seemed astronomical to a college sophomore. Vernon studied the contract carefully before allowing her to sign, insisting on provisions that would permit her to continue her education while working. On her first broadcast in 1973, Oprah arrived at the studio 3 hours early, reviewing her scripts until she could recite them from memory. The makeup artist applied foundation and powder, transforming her into the polished version of herself that would soon appear in living rooms across central Tennessee. "Nervous?" asked her co-anchor, a veteran newsman 20 years her senior. "Terrified," she admitted. "Don't be. Just talk to one person out there, someone you care about. Forget about the rest." When the red light illuminated and the floor director pointed to her, Oprah took a deep breath and smiled into the camera. "Good evening, Nashville. I'm Oprah Winfrey with WTVF News." Her debut was not flawless. She stumbled over a difficult name, and her timing on the transition to weather was slightly off, but viewers responded immediately to her natural warmth. Phone calls to the station that evening were overwhelmingly positive, with many expressing surprise and appreciation at seeing a young black woman delivering the news with such confidence. The small apartment Oprah rented near Tennessee State's campus became a haven of quiet reflection. Late in the evenings, after finishing her broadcasts and attending evening classes, she would sit at her modest desk reviewing the day's work, making notes about her delivery, questioning how she might better serve the stories she was entrusted to tell. The position at WTVF created an unusual duality in her life. On campus, she was another student navigating coursework and social pressures, but across Nashville, her face appeared on promotional billboards, and strangers approached her in grocery stores and restaurants with comments about the previous night's broadcast. One cool autumn evening, as she sat reviewing a sociology assignment, the phone rang. Vernon rarely called after 9, respecting her need for study time. "I saw you tonight," he said without preamble. "You reported on that apartment fire in East Nashville." "Yes," she replied, uncertain of his assessment. The story had been challenging. 3 children had died in the blaze, and she had struggled to maintain her composure while delivering the facts. "You did it right," Vernon continued. "You showed respect for those families, didn't sensationalize their pain." Coming from Vernon, this was profound praise. His barbershop philosophy emphasized dignity above all else, the belief that how one carried oneself through difficulty revealed true character. "I just tried to tell their story the way I'd want someone to tell mine," she said softly. "That's it," Vernon replied. "That's exactly it." After they hung up, Oprah stood at her window overlooking the lights of Nashville, considering her unusual position. At 19, she had already traversed remarkable territory, from East Nashville High Honor student to radio announcer to the first black female evening news co-anchor in the city's history. Each step had come through a combination of preparation, opportunity, and the unwavering expectation of excellence that Vernon had instilled. Yet she sensed that news reporting, with its emphasis on detachment and objectivity, might not be her final destination. Something about the human element, the stories behind the headlines, the emotional truths that facts alone couldn't capture, pulled at her more strongly than the straightforward delivery of information. For now, though, the path ahead seemed clear: continue her education, master the technical aspects of broadcasting, and above all, develop that innate ability to speak through the camera or microphone as if addressing a single person across a kitchen table. The skill was already becoming her professional signature, an empathetic authority that invited trust. Outside her window, Nashville continued its nighttime rhythm, cars passing on the boulevard below, the distant wail of a freight train crossing the Cumberland River, the occasional burst of laughter from students returning to campus. In this city of music and moderate southern pace, a young woman with a remarkable voice was finding her first genuine foothold. Unaware that the qualities being honed in these formative years would one day reshape the landscape of American media. As she turned back to her sociology textbook, a small smile played across her face. Tomorrow would bring another dawn shift at WVOL, afternoon classes at Tennessee State, and the evening broadcast at WTVF, the disciplined routine that was gradually transforming Oprah Winfrey from a promising student into a voice that demanded to be heard. A cool October rain drummed against the windows of WJZ-TV's production office. Baltimore's harbor lights smeared into watercolor blurs through the glass as Oprah Winfrey cleared out her desk. 8 months as a news anchor, and now this, a pink slip disguised as a reassignment. Too emotional, they'd said. Oprah slid her few personal items into a cardboard box, a small potted plant, a framed photograph of her father Vernon, and the silver pen he'd given her when she'd landed this coveted position at $25,000 a year. She'd left Tennessee State University early for this opportunity, her first real money, believing Baltimore would be where her star would rise. Now, at 24, she felt the bitter sting of a dream deferred. Richard Scher, a veteran newsman at the station, paused in her doorway. His tie was loosened, his sleeves rolled up against the perpetual warmth of the fluorescent-lit newsroom. "They're idiots," he said flatly. Oprah managed to smile. "I'm not fired, just reassigned. To a morning talk show nobody watches." Richard shook his head. "Look, you could fight this, or go back to school, finish your degree." She lifted the box. "Maybe, but first I need to understand what went wrong." Later that night, in her modest apartment in a converted brownstone, Oprah replayed the station manager's words as she nursed a cup of tea. The television flickered silently in the background, Walter Cronkite's authoritative presence commanding the screen with dispassionate gravity. "The news requires objectivity, Miss Winfrey. Detachment. Your tendency to empathize with subjects, it's inappropriate for our format." She'd nodded, fighting back tears that would only prove their point. Her phone rang, startling her from the memory. "How are you holding up?" It was Barbara, her producer from the news desk. "I'm fine," Oprah said, straightening her back, though no one could see her. "Bull," Barbara replied. "Listen, I pulled the tapes of your last few segments. Want to know what I saw?" "I saw a woman connecting with people. That's not a liability, it's just the wrong fit." Oprah was silent for a moment, watching droplets race down her windowpane. "They've already replaced me," she said finally. "With some white guy who looks like he was born in a suit," Barbara confirmed. "But here's the thing about this business. Sometimes failure is just a redirect." After they hung up, Oprah pulled out her journal. The pages were filled with notes on interviews, audience reactions, ratings patterns. She'd been studying the mechanics of television since arriving in Baltimore, fascinated by the invisible arithmetic that determines success or failure in broadcasting. She flipped to a fresh page and wrote, "What if empathy isn't weakness, but my greatest strength?" Spring arrived in 1978 with cherry blossoms and a new assignment. People Are Talking was a local morning talk show with modest ambitions and even more modest ratings. Oprah and Richard Scher were paired as co-hosts, an experiment the station likely expected to fail quietly. The cramped studio smelled of hairspray and coffee. Earth-toned furniture and potted ferns, created the illusion of a living room. The set designers had clearly been instructed to make everything feel approachable, intimate, the opposite of the authoritative news desk Oprah had left behind. 5 minutes to air, called the floor director as makeup artists made final touches. Nervous? Richard asked. Oprah smiled. For the first time in months, I'm not. This feels right. The red light blinked on. They welcomed viewers to another edition of People Are Talking, and Oprah felt something shift inside her. Here, in this format, her natural warmth wasn't a liability. The audience members, predominantly women from Baltimore's working and middle-class neighborhoods, responded to her in ways they never had when she'd been behind the news desk. Between segments, during a commercial break, the station manager appeared briefly at the edge of the set. "That's working," he said, surprised. "Keep it up." Months passed. The show's ratings climbed steadily as Oprah refined her approach. She studied the audience, noticing which questions elicited genuine responses and which fell flat. She developed a knack for creating moments of unexpected intimacy, where guests revealed more than they'd planned. After a particularly successful show about infidelity, Richard found her in the break room. "You know who the competition is in this time slot, right?" he asked, pouring himself coffee. "Phil Donahue," Oprah replied. She'd been studying his nationally syndicated show meticulously. "We beat him locally last week," Richard said casually. Oprah nearly spilled her water. "We what?" "Ratings came in this morning. We edged him out in Baltimore." She set down her cup carefully, trying to contain the surge of validation she felt. "You want my theory?" Richard leaned against the counter. Donahue interrogates. "You listen. In a post-Watergate world, people are sick of feeling questioned. They want to be heard." Later that summer, Oprah sat in her living room watching 60 Minutes. Mike Wallace was grilling a pharmaceutical executive, his questions like surgical strikes designed to expose and wound. She took notes, not on his technique, but on her visceral reaction to it. Where Wallace created tension through confrontation, she was developing something entirely different, what she had begun thinking of as intimate empathy. Not soft, not easy, but a different path to truth. The phone rang. "Oprah? It's Dan." The station's sales director rarely called talent directly. "What's wrong?" she asked. "Nothing's wrong. Quite the opposite. I wanted to let you know we've just sold out all the ad slots for People Are Talking through the end of the quarter, at premium rates." She felt a surge of pride. "That's good." "It's unprecedented for a local morning show," Dan continued. "And there's something else. We've had 3 local businesses specifically request you for their ad campaigns, separate from the show." Oprah sat up straighter. "Endorsements? If you're interested. Nothing huge, but it could add 15, maybe 20,000 to your income this year." After hanging up, she did the mental calculation. Her salary, speaking fees at local churches and community organizations, and now potential endorsements would cross $100,000 in annual income, a number that had seemed impossible just a few years earlier. She opened her journal again and wrote, "The lane matters more than the race." By late 1978, People Are Talking had become a local phenomenon. Oprah had hosted over 250 episodes, accumulating hundreds of hours of live television experience. Each day was a workshop in human connection, learning to read guests' body language, sensing when to press and when to comfort, developing the rhythm of conversation that felt simultaneously spontaneous and structured. After a particularly emotional episode about childhood trauma, she retreated to her dressing room. The small space had become a sanctuary of sorts, with inspirational quotes taped to her mirror and books stacked on every surface. There was a knock at the door. "Come in," she called. It was Helen, the station's veteran research director, a woman who rarely interacted with on-air talent. "I have something you should see," Helen said, handing over a folder. Inside were audience response sheets, the kind the station used to test new shows and segments. "Look at the trust metrics," Helen pointed. The numbers were extraordinarily high, far above the industry average. "I've been in television for 20 years, Helen said. "I've never seen numbers like these for a local host. You have something special happening here." Oprah studied the data, seeing the patterns that had begun to emerge. Women between 25 and 54 were her strongest demographic. They didn't just watch, they engaged, they remembered, they came back. "Thank you for showing me this," Oprah said. "There's more," Helen replied. "The sales team has started tracking what they call the Oprah effect. Products mentioned casually on your show see local sales bumps. Bookstores report increased interest in authors you interview." After Helen left, Oprah sat quietly, absorbing the implications. This wasn't just about surviving a demotion anymore. She had stumbled into something far more significant, a genuine connection with an audience that translated into measurable influence. The fall of 1978 brought crisp weather and new opportunities. People Are Talking had expanded to a full hour, and Oprah had begun receiving invitations to MC local events at fees that sometimes exceeded her weekly salary. After taping one morning, she found herself alone in the studio with Bill, the station's aging technical director. "You remind me of someone," he said as he coiled cables. "Who's that?" Oprah asked, gathering her notes. "Barbara Walters, but with something she doesn't have." Oprah laughed. "A bigger dress size?" Bill shook his head. "Authenticity. Walters gets the big interviews because she's Barbara Walters. You get people to talk because you actually care what they have to say." That evening, Oprah added Barbara Walters to her study list, alongside Mike Wallace and Phil Donahue. Each represented a different approach to television: Wallace the prosecutor, Donahue the provocateur, Walters the celebrity confidant. She was developing her own model, taking elements from each while forging something uniquely her own. Her father called from Nashville. "How's my girl?" Vernon asked, his voice warm but probing. "I'm good, Daddy. Really good. The show is working." "I hear it in your voice," he said. "You found your place." After they hung up, she reflected on the journey from Nashville to Baltimore, from news anchor to talk show host, from failure to fit. The path hadn't been straight, but it had led her exactly where she needed to be. December brought holiday decorations to the studio and a year-end meeting with the station executives. "We're expanding the show's format next year," the program director announced. "More remote segments, more audience participation, and a budget increase," added the station manager. "Modest, but enough to bring in higher-profile guests." Oprah listened carefully, noting not just what they said, but what remained unspoken. People Are Talking had become a revenue driver, important enough to invest in. Her position, once tenuous, had solidified. After the meeting, she lingered, watching Baltimore's early winter darkness settle over the harbor. The city that had initially seemed so unwelcoming had become a crucible, burning away what didn't work, revealing what did. In her apartment that night, she reviewed her journal entries from the past 2 years. The disappointment of being removed from the anchor desk, the uncertainty of the talk format, the gradual discovery of her authentic voice. She turned to a fresh page and wrote, "What looks like failure is often life redirecting you to where you belong." The phone rang again. It was Richard. "Have you seen the latest numbers?" he asked without preamble. "No, what's up?" "We're not just beating Donahue locally anymore. Our share is nearly double his in Baltimore." Oprah let that sink in. Phil Donahue was the undisputed king of daytime talk, the standard by which all others were measured. "That's significant," she said carefully. "It's more than significant," Richard replied. "It's proof of concept. What works in Baltimore could work anywhere." After they hung up, Oprah stood at her window, watching the lights of the city shimmer through a light snowfall. 2 years earlier, she'd been devastated by what seemed like career failure. Now she understood it had been the most important redirection of her life. She was 24 years old, making 6 figures in an industry where women, especially black women, were typically undervalued and marginalized. She had accumulated over 1,000 hours of live television experience, developing a skill set that was distinctly her own. And most importantly, she had discovered that her greatest perceived weakness, her emotional openness, was actually her greatest professional strength. The rain had stopped. Baltimore's lights burned clear and steady against the night sky. Oprah Winfrey, no longer a failed news anchor but a rising talk show host, looked out at the city that had forced her to reinvent herself. She smiled, sensing that this was just the beginning. The January wind sliced through Chicago's concrete canyons like an invisible blade, unforgiving and relentless. Oprah Winfrey stood at the window of her new apartment, watching snowflakes dance in the glow of streetlights 30 floors below. Lake Michigan stretched dark and endless beyond the city's twinkling grid, its frozen edges creaking in the night. 3 months ago, she'd been in Baltimore. Now she was here, her breath fogging the glass as she contemplated what lay ahead. "First day tomorrow," she whispered to herself, tracing a pattern on the condensation. "Make it count." The call from WLS-TV had come unexpectedly, a lifeline when she needed one. AM Chicago was failing, ratings dismal, the station desperate. They'd offered her the host position and about $200,000 a year, a fortune compared to her Baltimore salary, but a bargain if she could turn things around. The stakes were clear: succeed quickly or be replaced. The following morning, Oprah navigated the frozen streets to the ABC studio at 190 North State. The building was utilitarian, 1960s architecture with flickering fluorescent lights and vinyl seating in the green room. She'd arrived early to walk the set, feel its dimensions, absorb its energy. "Miss Winfrey," her production assistant stammered, clipboard clutched to his chest. "We didn't expect you for another hour." She smiled warmly. "I like to get the lay of the land, and please, call me Oprah." In the control room, she met her producer, a harried woman named Deborah who spoke in rapid-fire sentences. "Phil Donahue owns this time slot," Deborah explained, referencing the king of daytime talk who'd made Chicago his fortress since 1974. "He gets twice our numbers. Management's given us 3 months to show improvement, or they're pulling the plug." Oprah nodded, absorbing the challenge without revealing the confidence bubbling beneath her calm exterior. "What's our first show?" "Fashion trends. We've got some designers from the apparel center." "Cancel it," Oprah said quietly. "Excuse me?" "Fashion is fine, but not for day one. I need something people actually talk about at their kitchen tables. What's happening in Chicago right now that has everyone worried?" Deborah hesitated. "There's been a series of layoffs at the steel plants. Families are struggling. Unemployment's hitting 11%. "That's our show," Oprah said. "Find me those families. Local experts on retraining, job hunting, real people, real problems." The first broadcast was rough around the edges, the crew unaccustomed to her spontaneous style, her refusal to stick rigidly to prepared questions. But something electric happened when she sat beside a weeping steel worker's wife and took her hand. "I understand," Oprah said, and the studio fell silent because everyone could tell she meant it. Not performance empathy, but recognition, the kind that comes from having lived through hardship. By February, the ratings had inched upward. By March, they'd closed half the gap with Donahue, and on a crisp April morning, Deborah burst into Oprah's dressing room waving a ratings report. "We beat him," she said breathlessly. "In the Chicago market, we actually beat Phil Donahue." Oprah sat perfectly still, absorbing the significance. Donahue was an institution, cerebral and incisive, with a decade's head start. She'd overtaken him in 3 months. That evening, she celebrated with a quiet dinner at Jean and Georgetti's, an old-school Chicago steakhouse where the wood paneling absorbed conversations like a confessional. Her guest was Dennis Swanson, the WLS station manager who'd taken a chance on her. "I knew you were good," he said, raising his wine glass. "But this fast, I didn't see that coming." "It's not complicated," Oprah replied. "Donahue asks questions. I have conversations. He's brilliant, but people feel interrogated. I want them to feel heard." Later that week, she received a call from an attorney named Jeff Jacobs. He requested a meeting, citing mutual business interests. Curious, she agreed to coffee at a downtown hotel lobby. Jacobs was slender, impeccably dressed, with the measured speech of someone who charged by the hour but the warm eyes of someone who cared about more than billing. "You've created quite a stir," he began, stirring his coffee. "Not just the ratings, the way you connect. It's portable." "Portable?" It'll work anywhere. Baltimore, Chicago, national. Your approach transcends market specifics. That's rare. She studied him. What exactly are you proposing, Mr. Jacobs? First, it's Jeff. Second, I'm not proposing representation yet. I'm suggesting education. Your contract renewal is coming up in 8 months. You should understand syndication, ownership structures, participation rights. Ownership? The concept landed like a revelation. She'd been thinking in terms of salary, not equity. The real value isn't in your paycheck, Jeff explained. It's in what you're creating, the relationship with the audience. That's an asset that should partially belong to you, not just the station. For the next 3 hours, they spoke about how television economics actually worked, how King World Productions had transformed Wheel of Fortune and Jeopardy into syndication gold mines, how talent typically captured just a fraction of the wealth they generated. This isn't legal advice yet, Jeff said as they parted. Consider it orientation. Through the summer of 1984, AM Chicago's dominance grew. The format remained simple, studio audience, topical guests, phone-ins, but Oprah cultivated an atmosphere where vulnerability wasn't weakness, but connection. When a guest discussed childhood trauma, Oprah didn't maintain journalistic distance. She shared her own experiences, creating a space where painful truths could breathe. This transparency became a pattern, a bridge between her and the audience. When she discussed her weight struggles, viewers called in with their own stories. When she addressed relationship difficulties, the response was overwhelming. She was building something beyond ratings, a trust ecosystem where confession led to healing. One evening, she received an unexpected visitor to the studio, Quincy Jones, the legendary music producer who was scouting talent for a film adaptation of Alice Walker's novel, The Color Purple. "I've been watching you," Jones said after the taping. "There's something authentic here. Raw. Have you ever acted?" "High school theater," she laughed. "Nothing serious." "Would you read for a part?" Steven Spielberg's directing. "It's a supporting role, but significant." The possibility hung in the air like a dream, almost too fragile to acknowledge. "I'd have to check my contract," she said carefully. "The show comes first." That night, she called Jeff Jacobs from her apartment. "They want me for a film," she said, still disbelieving. "Spielberg, Quincy Jones." "This is important," Jeff replied. "Not just for the opportunity itself, but for leverage. Visibility in another medium increases your value in television. The station might not allow it. Then we need to make it worth their while to be flexible. This is exactly the kind of conversation that should be happening within a larger renegotiation." Throughout the fall, as Reagan's re-election campaign dominated the airwaves and Chicago endured early snowstorms, Oprah balanced her rising local celebrity with strategic planning. She began meeting regularly with Jeff Jacobs, absorbing the complex economics of television and building her business acumen. One such evening found them at a quiet corner table at the Drake Hotel's Cape Cod room, surrounded by old Chicago money and discreet service. "King World is interested," Jeff said, keeping his voice low. "They've been monitoring your ratings trajectory. They see national potential." "Isn't it too soon?" Oprah asked, though her tone suggested she'd already considered the possibility. "Not if the numbers continue. But more importantly, we need to structure any deal differently than the standard talent contract. You should have an ownership stake, control over content, equity in the production. The station won't give that up easily." "No," Jeff agreed. "But they're also not equipped to handle national distribution. That's where King World comes in. The question is what you bring to the table beyond your on-air talent." She considered this. "My connection with the audience, my instinct for what they want to discuss, my willingness to be transparent." "All valuable," Jeff nodded. "But also your ability to build a team, to create an organization around your vision. That's what we start building now, before any national deal." In November, Oprah met Stedman Graham at a charity function. Tall, poised, with an educator's thoughtfulness, he approached television not as a fan, but as someone who understood its cultural impact. Their conversation drifted from media responsibility to community development. and she found herself drawn to his steady perspective. "The platform you're building," he told her over dessert, "is not just entertainment, it's influence." "That sounds dangerous," she replied, only half joking. "It's neutral," he countered. "Like any tool, the question is what you build with it." As 1984 drew to a close, Oprah hosted a small gathering in her apartment for her growing circle of advisors and confidants. Chicago glittered below, the lake a vast darkness beyond the city's lights. Jeff Jacobs was there, as was Gayle King, her friend from Baltimore days who'd become an essential sounding board. Stedman arrived late, having driven through light snow from an educational conference. "To a remarkable year," Jeff toasted, raising his glass. "From newcomer to market leader in 12 months. To the team forming around you," Gayle added. "The beginning of something bigger." Later, as guests departed, Stedman lingered, helping collect glasses and plates with comfortable domesticity. "You know," he said, gazing out at the city, "Chicago is just the testing ground, the laboratory. The experiment is working." Oprah joined him at the window, their reflections ghostly against the night cityscape. "Meaning?" "Meaning people are hungry for someone who listens more than talks, who creates space for their stories. That's not a Chicago phenomenon, that's human." She nodded, thinking of the path forming before her. The Daily Show was exhausting, but exhilarating. Each broadcast was a lesson in what resonated, what connected, what mattered to her growing audience. And behind the scenes, she was learning a different lesson, that talent without business acumen was a recipe for exploitation, not empire. "It's strange," she said softly. "A year ago in Baltimore, I was trying to fit someone else's format. Now I'm creating my own." "That's the difference," Stedman replied, "between being hired talent and being a visionary." The snow fell harder outside, millions of crystals catching light as they descended. Chicago slept below, unaware that in a high-rise apartment, a woman was quietly mapping the revolution she would bring to American media, not through confrontation but conversation. Not through sensation, but authenticity. The groundwork was laid. The team was forming. The audience was responding. And somewhere in the country, millions who had never heard her name would soon find their mornings, their conversations, and eventually their worldviews shaped by a woman who had learned that the most powerful question was often the simplest. "Tell me more about that. How did it make you feel?" The winter wind curled through downtown Chicago that December evening in 1985, sending pedestrians hurrying along Michigan Avenue with collars turned up against the chill. Inside a dimly lit theater, however, a warmth of anticipation hung in the air. The premiere of The Color Purple was about to begin, and seated in the crowd was a 31-year-old woman who had, just a year earlier, been an unknown local talk show host in this very city. Oprah Winfrey watched the opening credits roll, her heart thundering against her ribs. The journey from her small AM Chicago show to this moment had been swift and disorienting. When Quincy Jones had spotted her on television and insisted to Steven Spielberg that she was perfect for the role of Sophia, she had been bewildered. Now, as the character she'd breathed life into appeared on screen, she felt a curious detachment, as though watching someone else entirely. "You told Harpo to beat me," she heard her own voice declare with magnificent defiance. The theater fell silent. Later, at the reception, champagne flutes clinked and Hollywood executives in expensive suits drifted through the crowd. Oprah stood beside her longtime partner Stedman Graham, his steady presence anchoring her amid the swirl of attention. "What did you think?" she asked him quietly. "I think," he said, leaning close to be heard over the chatter, "that everything is about to change for you." He wasn't wrong. By the following February, she would be nominated for an Academy Award. The $35,000 paycheck for the film would soon seem almost quaint. A spring rain tapped against the windows of attorney Jeff Jacobs' downtown office in early 1986. Steam rose from a porcelain cup on his desk as he reviewed the contract before him, his expression contemplative. Across from him, Oprah sat with uncharacteristic stillness, watching his face for any reaction. "They want national syndication," Jacobs said finally, looking up at his client. "King World is offering a very substantial package. But Oprah prompted, sensing his hesitation. "But I think we should push for something different." He set the papers down. "I don't think you should just take their salary offer, no matter how good it looks." Oprah raised an eyebrow. "What are you suggesting?" "Ownership," he said simply. "You should own your show." The rain intensified outside, drumming against the glass. In that moment, something shifted in Oprah's understanding of what was possible. She thought about her grandmother, who had raised her on that Mississippi farm, who had believed in her when she was just a child reciting Bible verses in church. "You think Roger King would agree to that?" she asked. "I think," Jacob said, leaning forward, "that they need you more than you need them. The ratings you've pulled in Chicago aren't accidental. You've tapped into something people are hungry for." "A talk show is just a talk show," she demurred, though they both knew this wasn't quite true. "Not yours," Jacobs countered. "Look at what you've built in less than 2 years. From last place to dominating the market. This isn't just about your talent as a host. It's about your vision for what daytime television can be." Oprah gazed out at the rain-slicked Chicago skyline. Ownership. Not just a salary. The thought was both terrifying and exhilarating. "You get in life," Jacobs added quietly, "what you have the courage to ask for." The summer heat of 1986 pressed down on the city like a weighted blanket. In a downtown office building, Roger King of King World Productions dabbed at his forehead with a handkerchief, his expression a mixture of surprise and grudging respect. "Let me get this straight," he said, his voice carrying the slight rasp of a man who'd spent decades in boardrooms and late-night negotiations. "You want to maintain ownership of the show. Your company produces it, and we distribute it." "That's right," Oprah confirmed, the calmness in her voice belying her racing pulse. Beside her, Jacobs remained silent, a steady presence in his dark suit. Roger King exchanged glances with his brother Michael. The King World Empire had been built on syndication, Wheel of Fortune, Jeopardy, cash machines that were transforming the television landscape. But what Oprah was proposing was different. Talent didn't own shows. Studios and networks did. Talent got salaries, maybe profit participation if they were lucky. "It's unorthodox," Roger said finally. "So am I," Oprah replied with a small smile. "And so is what I'm building." A long silence stretched between them, broken only by the soft whir of the air conditioning. "You realize what you're asking for means assuming more risk," Michael King finally said, "if the show fails nationally." "It won't," Oprah said, with a certainty that made both brothers raise their eyebrows. Roger King studied her for a moment longer, then surprised everyone by laughing. "You know what? I believe you." He extended his hand across the desk. "Let's draw up the papers. King World will distribute the Oprah Winfrey Show." The handshake that followed would later be recognized as a pivotal moment in television history. But as they left the meeting, riding the elevator down to the lobby, Oprah turned to Jacobs with wide eyes. "Did that just happen?" she asked. "That just happened," he confirmed. "Now we need to incorporate Harpo Productions. That's your company name," Oprah spelled backward. Outside, the summer heat enveloped them, but Oprah barely noticed. Her mind was already racing ahead, calculating what this would mean, what she would need to build. The set of AM Chicago had always felt like home, but on September 8, 1986, it hummed with a new energy. Technicians moved with heightened purpose, checking camera angles and sound levels. The audience seats filled early, a palpable excitement in the air. In her dressing room, Oprah stood before the mirror, smoothing down the front of her mustard yellow blazer with shoulder pads that could rival a linebacker's. Her hair was styled in the voluminous waves typical of the mid-80s. She looked the part of a national television host, but what truly mattered was invisible to the eye. Today she wasn't just talent. She was the owner. A soft knock at the door interrupted her thoughts. "5 minutes, Ms. Winfrey," called a production assistant. Oprah nodded, took a deep breath, and closed her eyes. This wasn't just another broadcast day. This was the national debut of the Oprah Winfrey Show. 138 stations across America would carry this episode. From New York to Los Angeles, from Seattle to Miami, Viewers would tune in to see what this Chicago phenomenon was all about. When she walked onto the set, the audience erupted in applause. Oprah beamed, waved, and took her seat. As the floor director counted down, she felt a curious calm settle over her. This was where she belonged. 3, 2, 1, no. "Hello, America," she began, her voice warm and intimate, as though speaking to each viewer individually in their living rooms. "I'm Oprah Winfrey, and welcome to our very first national show." The audience applauded again, and she smiled, waiting for them to quiet. "Today we're talking about marriage, what makes it work, what breaks it down, and how to know if the person you're with is truly the right one for you." The cameras rolled, capturing what would become the template for thousands of episodes to follow. Oprah moving through the audience, microphone in hand, drawing out stories from ordinary people with extraordinary candor. There was no script, just genuine curiosity and the uncanny ability to make people feel safe enough to share their truths. By the end of that first hour, something remarkable had crystallized. This wasn't just another talk show. It was a confessional, a forum, a living room conversation writ large. And at its center was a woman who understood that her own vulnerability was perhaps her greatest strength. The offices of Harpo Productions began modestly, a few rooms adjacent to the studio space, furnished with practical oak desks and filing cabinets that seemed to multiply weekly as the staff grew. By early 1987, the hallways buzzed with activity, phones rang constantly, and the mailroom overflowed with letters from viewers. Oprah sat in a conference room with her small but growing team, reviewing the first 6 months of national syndication. On the wall, ratings charts told a story of meteoric rise. "The February sweeps numbers are in," said Alice McGee, her senior producer. "We're not just holding our own against Donahue, we're beating him in most markets." A murmur of approval rippled through the room. Phil Donahue had been the undisputed king of daytime talk for over a decade. To surpass him so quickly was more than anyone had dared hope for. "And the advertisers are noticing," added Tim Bennett, looking up from his notes. "We're seeing unprecedented demand for spots." Oprah nodded, taking in the information. The business of television had been foreign to her not so long ago. Now, balance sheets and demographics reports were becoming second nature. "What about the new studio space?" she asked. "Have we found anything suitable?" "We're looking at a few properties," Bennett replied. "But real estate in Chicago isn't cheap, and we need something that can accommodate future growth." "Future growth," Oprah repeated softly. The phrase itself felt like a small miracle. Just 2 years earlier, she had been the new kid in town, taking over a failing morning show. Now she was discussing expansion plans for her own production company. Later that evening, alone in her office, Oprah reviewed the latest financial projections. Harpo's revenue was approaching $125 million annually, a figure that would have seemed fantastical just months before. Her personal income had crossed into 8-figure territory, making her one of the highest-paid figures in television. She thought about her father, Vernon Winfrey, who had pushed her so hard throughout her youth, demanding book reports and discipline when everyone else had expected so little from a poor black girl from Mississippi. "Excellence is the one thing they can't deny," he had told her repeatedly. The telephone on her desk rang, pulling her from her thoughts. "Oprah, it's Bill." Bill Cosby's voice came through the line, warm and familiar. At that moment, he was the biggest star in television, his NBC sitcom dominating Thursday nights. "Bill, how are you?" I'm good. Listen, I saw your show today. That segment you did on children of alcoholics. Powerful stuff." "Thank you," she said, genuinely touched by his call. "You're doing something different out there," he continued, "breaking new ground. I just wanted to call and say, I see it." After they hung up, Oprah sat in the quiet of her office, watching night settle over Lake Michigan through her window. Recognition from someone like Cosby meant something, not just commercially, but culturally. What they were building wasn't just a successful television show. It was a platform, a forum, a space where conversations that had once been whispered behind closed doors could unfold in the light. The show was evolving, finding its rhythm. Celebrities came for thoughtful interviews rather than mere promotion. Ordinary people shared extraordinary stories. Topics that other shows avoided, abuse, addiction, racism, sexuality, became the program's bread and butter, handled with a sensitivity that stood in stark contrast to the sensationalism creeping into other daytime fare. And at the center of it all was her instinct for connection, for making the personal universal. Every story shared on that stage became a thread in a larger tapestry, a way of saying, you are not alone in your struggle, your joy, your confusion, your triumph. The fall of 1987 brought with it a strange new tension in the financial world. Black Monday, October 19, saw the Dow Jones plunge over 22% in a single day, sending shockwaves through Wall Street and beyond. But within Harpo's offices, a different kind of energy prevailed. Oprah sat with Jacobs, reviewing plans for the coming year. Outside her window, autumn painted the Chicago skyline in muted gold and crimson. The stock market crash has some advertisers nervous, Jacobs acknowledged, but our contracts are solid. And frankly, in uncertain times, comfort programming like ours tends to perform even better. Oprah nodded, considering this. What about international? Are we making any headway there? Slowly, Jacob said. Broadcasting rights across borders are complicated, but there's interest. Strong interest, particularly from Canada and the UK to start. She leaned back in her chair, contemplating the global possibilities. From a pig farm in Mississippi to international television, the trajectory sometimes left her breathless. You know what the most remarkable thing is? She said after a moment. When I started in Baltimore, all I wanted was job security. A steady paycheck. When they fired me from the news anchor position, I thought my career was over before it had really begun. And now? Now I understand that getting fired was the best thing that ever happened to me, she smiled ruefully. It pushed me onto a path I wouldn't have chosen for myself. From news anchor to owning your own show, Jacobs mused. Not a bad detour. Owning, she repeated, savoring the word. That's what makes all the difference, isn't it? Not just the money, though the money is nice. It's the control, the ability to say, this is my vision, my voice. And that's why we're going to keep building, Jacob said firmly. The show is just the beginning. There's books, film, maybe even a magazine down the line. The Oprah brand has unlimited potential. Later, driving home along Lakeshore Drive, Oprah watched the last light of day shimmer across the water. The word brand echoed in her mind. Was that what she was now? Not just a person, but a brand, a business, an enterprise. She thought about the woman she had been just a few years earlier, desperate to prove herself, to be accepted, to succeed in a world that had set her up to fail. That hunger hadn't disappeared. It had merely transformed, becoming something more deliberate, more strategic. The girl from Mississippi who had recited Bible verses for pocket change was now a woman who owned her own production company, whose face appeared on television screens across America, whose bank account had more zeros than she had once known how to count. But what mattered most wasn't fame or fortune. It was the platform, the opportunity to elevate voices that had long been silenced, to create spaces for conversations that could heal, inform, challenge. As the city lights began to twinkle against the darkening sky, Oprah felt a deep certainty settle within her. This was just the beginning. The foundation had been laid, ownership established, vision articulated, audience secured. From here, there were no limits, only possibilities stretching out before her like the endless horizon of Lake Michigan, dark and vast and full of promise. In her mind, she could almost hear her grandmother's voice. You go make something of yourself, girl. Hattie Mae would never know how prophetic those words had been. But Oprah knew, and with every decision she made, to own rather than be owned, to speak truth rather than please others, to build something lasting rather than settle for fleeting success. She was honoring that promise, that prophecy, that profound belief in what she could become. The Chicago skyline glittered like jewels against the night sky she drove on, heading home, one day's work complete, tomorrow's vision already taking shape in her mind. The November wind cut cold across Chicago's near west side, sweeping over the industrial facades and empty lots with a whisper that promised winter. Oprah Winfrey stood before the massive brick building, her breath visible in the crisp air as she gazed up at what had once been an armory. 100,000 square feet of possibility that now belonged to her. $10 million, she said softly to Stedman, who stood beside her, his tall frame offering some shelter from the wind. Sometimes I still can't believe it. Stedman Graham squeezed her hand. Believe it, you earned this, every brick. The year was 1988, and at 34, Oprah had done what few in television, particularly women, particularly black women, had ever accomplished. She hadn't just negotiated a better contract or a larger salary. She had purchased the means of production itself. No more renting studio space, she told Stedman as they walked the perimeter. No more paying someone else for what we should own ourselves. From now on, Harpo Studios makes the decisions. Inside, construction crews were transforming the cavernous space into studios, offices, and production facilities. The sound of hammers echoed through the building, a percussion of progress. Jeff Jacobs, her attorney and business partner, unrolled blueprints on a makeshift table. We're on schedule, he said. By January, you'll be taping shows here. He tapped a section of the plans. Post-production here, administrative offices upstairs, and plenty of room to expand. Oprah nodded, her mind already racing ahead to possibilities. This changes everything, Jeff. We control it all now. The sets, the lighting, the editing, the archives. And the narrative, Jeff added, knowing his client well. Later that evening, in her Lakeshore Drive apartment overlooking the steel-gray waters of Lake Michigan, Oprah sat with her closest friend, Gayle King. The city lights flickered against the windows as a storm approached from the north. The tabloids are getting worse, Gayle said, spreading several gossip magazines on the coffee table. They're making up stories faster than we can respond. Oprah sighed, picking up one with a particularly unflattering photo. It's the price of success, I suppose. The higher you climb, the more they want to pull you down, Gayle finished. Remember what Maya told me. You don't want to be famous, you want to be significant. I think about that every day. Gayle looked at her friend thoughtfully. But you're becoming both, and that makes you a target. The following week, in the temporary studios they still rented, Oprah prepared for what would become the most regrettable television moment of her career. The liquid protein diet had worked. She'd lost 67 pounds in 4 months, dropping from 237 to 145. The producers had created a visual aid, a red wagon filled with animal fat representing the weight she'd lost. In her dressing room she slipped into size, 10 Calvin Klein jeans that had once seemed an impossible dream. Looking in the mirror, she felt a complex mix of triumph and unease. You don't have to do this, her producer told her at the door. The audience expects it, Oprah replied. They've been on this journey with me. When the cameras rolled on November 15, 1988, the studio audience erupted as she wheeled out the wagon of fat. The spectacle was immediate. Television gold ratings would soar. But something felt hollow in the performance, a nagging voice she couldn't quite silence. That night, she couldn't sleep. Standing at her window, watching the lake, she called Stedman. I made a mistake today, she said without preamble. The diet show? Stedman asked. It was too much, too public, too circus-like. I reduced something complex to a spectacle. You were celebrating an achievement. No, she said firmly. I was commodifying a struggle. And the worst part is, I know this isn't over. The weight will come back, and then what? Her prediction proved painfully accurate. By early 1989, much of the weight had returned, and with it came a wave of tabloid mockery. The same publications that had celebrated her transformation now published unflattering photos with cruel headlines. In her newly completed office at Harpo Studios, Oprah met with her legal team from Loeb & Loeb, the powerful entertainment law firm that now managed her increasingly complex business affairs. We can file cease and desist orders against the worst offenders, the lead attorney explained, spreading photocopies of particularly vicious articles across her desk. Establish a pattern of harassment, potentially pursue defamation claims. Oprah studied the clippings, her expression unreadable. And that would accomplish what, exactly? More headlines about Oprah Suez's, more attention to exactly what I want people to forget. The attorney leaned back. Then what's your strategy? My show is my platform. I'll address it there, on my terms. She gathered the clippings into a neat pile. Build me a legal framework that protects the business, but the personal attacks, I'll handle those myself. The real crisis, however, came later that year when Oprah made the decision to reveal on air that she had been sexually abused as a child. The disclosure was not calculated. It emerged organically during a show about survivors, but the fallout was immediate. Ratings dipped by nearly 8% as some advertisers grew nervous about difficult subject matter. Tabloids dug for details, publishing sensationalized accounts. Some questioned her motives, suggesting the revelation was a ratings ploy. In the aftermath, Oprah sat in Harpo's screening room with her senior producers, watching the episode again. The blue light from the screen illuminated their solemn faces. "We've lost 4 advertisers," her executive producer said quietly. "They'll be back," Oprah replied, her eyes still on the screen, "or others will take their place. The ratings will recover when we show them why this matters." She turned to face her team. "We're doing the follow-up episode. I want to talk directly to the audience about why I spoke up, why silence hurts survivors, and I want other survivors in that audience." The producer hesitated. "Are you sure? It might make things worse. It might make things better for someone who needs to hear they're not alone." Her tone made it clear the decision was final. The follow-up episode aired 3 weeks later. Without theatrics, without props, Oprah spoke directly to the camera about her decision to disclose her abuse. "Secrets keep us sick," she said simply. "Silence protects the wrong people. And if my speaking helps even one person feel less alone, less ashamed, then whatever criticism I receive is a small price to pay." By the spring of 1989, the ratings had not only recovered, but increased. The tabloid storm gradually subsided as new celebrities provided fresher scandals. And something unexpected emerged from the crisis letters. Thousands of them from survivors who had found courage in her disclosure, who had sought help, who had finally told someone. In June 1989, as the first full year of Harpo Studios' operation neared completion, Oprah made another significant move. She donated $1 million to Morehouse College, establishing a scholarship fund. "Why Morehouse?" Gail asked her over dinner at Gordon, the trendy Chicago restaurant where the city's power players gathered. "Education changed my life," Oprah replied, watching the candlelight reflect in her wine glass. "And young black men need champions too." She paused. "This is just the beginning. There will be more, much more." By early 1990, Harpo Productions' revenue exceeded $150 million annually. Oprah's personal income approached $50 million per year. The financial statements Jeff Jacobs presented quarterly showed a trajectory that few in television had ever achieved, particularly for a woman who owned her content. "We should diversify," Jeff advised during a private meeting. "Real estate, stocks, bonds. Build a foundation that doesn't depend solely on television." Oprah nodded. "And philanthropy, structured, strategic giving. I want a formal, charitable entity. We'll set it up. But remember what I always tell you. Give, but don't give it all away," she finished with a smile. "I remember." Later that week, Oprah drove alone through Chicago's South Side, past neighborhoods not far removed from the poverty she had known in her youth. At a stoplight, she watched children playing in a crumbling playground beside a school with barred windows. The contrast between their lives and her Lakeshore Drive existence struck her physically, like a hand against her chest. The financial reports from Jeff showed numbers that seemed abstract, millions flowing in from syndication, licensing deals, production fees. But here was concrete reality. "The money isn't the point," she whispered to herself as the light changed. "It's what you do with it that matters." At Harpo Studios the next morning, Oprah gathered her senior staff. The building hummed with activity. Over 200 employees now worked for her company, producing not just her talk show, but developing new programming, managing her image, and building her business empire. "I want to formalize our giving," she told them. "Education will be our focus, not just checks but sustained commitments." By 1991, Harpo Studios had become a focal point of Chicago's media landscape. The building that had once been an armory now represented a different kind of power, the ability to shape conversation, to determine which voices were heard, to control how stories were told. In her office, Oprah reviewed proposals for new productions, potential business expansions, and charitable initiatives. Outside her window, the Chicago skyline rose against a clear autumn sky. From her desk, she could see both the gleaming towers of wealth and the struggling neighborhoods beyond. The intercom buzzed, and her assistant announced that Stedman had arrived. When he entered, he carried a small package. "What's this?" she asked as he kissed her cheek. "Open it." Inside was a framed photograph of the original Harpo Studios building before renovation, when it was still just an empty armory with potential. "To remind you where you started," he said, "just 3 years ago." Oprah placed the frame on her desk, positioning it so she could see it daily. "Sometimes it feels like yesterday. Other times it feels like another lifetime." "Both are true," Stedman said, taking the seat across from her. That evening, they walked along Lake Michigan, bundled against the early winter chill. Chicago's lights reflected off the water, creating parallel cities, one above, one below the surface. "The tabloids have started again," Oprah said, watching her breath form clouds in the cold air. "New rumors, new attacks." Stedman took her hand. "And how will you handle it this time?" She smiled, a determined glint in her eye. "The same way I always do, by building something that outlasts the noise." By the close of 1992, Oprah Winfrey had transformed from merely a successful talk show host into a cultural and economic force. Harpo Studios stood as the physical manifestation of her philosophy: own what you create, control your narrative, build foundations that support rather than extract. In her private journal, she wrote by lamplight, "The wagon of fat was a spectacle without substance. The studio is a substance that enables spectacle. The difference matters. Remember this always: own the means, tell the truth, outlast the storms." She closed the journal and looked out at Chicago's winter sky, where stars pierced through the urban glow like distant possibilities. The journey from Mississippi to this moment had been improbable. The journey ahead remained unwritten. But one thing was certain: she now owned the pen. The night glowed with the ethereal blue of television screens across America, each one tuned to the same spectacle, a rare occurrence in an increasingly fragmented media landscape. In her cream-colored Armani suit, Oprah Winfrey sat composed beside Michael Jackson at his Neverland ranch, her questions measured but unflinching. The February 1993 evening air in California was cool, but inside the elaborately constructed interview set, the tension generated its own heat. 90 million viewers worldwide, her executive producer had whispered just before they went live. "The biggest interview in television history." Oprah nodded almost imperceptibly. The magnitude registered, but didn't rattle her. This moment, securing the reclusive king of pop after years of silence, represented more than ratings. It was confirmation of her singular position in American culture. At 39, she had become an institution unto herself, a woman whose questions could coax truth from even the most guarded celebrities. Later that night, after the cameras stopped rolling and the global audience dispersed, Oprah retreated to her suite at the Four Seasons. The moonlight spilled through gauzy curtains as she kicked off her heels and poured a glass of mineral water. Her longtime partner Stedman Graham called from Chicago. "You were masterful tonight," he said, his deep voice carrying through the receiver. "The whole country was watching." "The whole world," she corrected gently, allowing herself a small smile. "But did I ask what needed asking? That's what matters." "You always do." As she hung up, Oprah gazed at the California night, contemplating the architecture of influence she had built. The interview rights alone had commanded reportedly $5 million. Her Harpo productions now generated annual revenues approaching $300 million. Forbes had begun tracking her personal income, which hovered around $125 million annually, numbers that would have seemed impossible to the little girl from Kosciuszko, Mississippi. Yet the wealth, substantial as it was, remained secondary to what truly drove her: connection, transformation, the delicate art of asking questions that unlocked human experience. By 1995, the media landscape was shifting beneath everyone's feet. The Telecommunications Act, working its way through Congress, would soon deregulate ownership, allowing unprecedented consolidation. Cable news networks were multiplying. The World Wide Web, still in its infancy, promised to reshape information delivery entirely. Oprah, never content to merely ride cultural waves, chose to create her own. Oprah Goes Online, announced the monitors at Harpo Studios one crisp Chicago morning. The staff gathered in the main conference room, many confused by the unfamiliar terminology. Internet access remained a novelty. Only about 10% of American households had any kind of connection, typically through screeching dial-up modems at 14.4 kilobits per second. "We're partnering with America Online," Oprah explained, standing before a PowerPoint presentation that felt like dispatches from the future. "We'll create chat rooms, message boards, spaces where our viewers can continue the conversations we start on the show." Debbie DeMaio, her longtime producer, raised an eyebrow. "You think our demographic is ready for computers?" "They aren't," Oprah replied with characteristic certainty. "But they will be, and we'll be there first." That evening, in the penthouse apartment overlooking Lake Michigan that served as her urban sanctuary, Oprah sat at her desk reviewing the AOL partnership documents. The technical terminology was foreign, the revenue projections modest. This wasn't about immediate returns. It was about extending her carefully cultivated community beyond the confines of a one-hour broadcast window. The lake stretched dark and endless beyond her windows. Chicago's lights reflected on the water's surface like scattered diamonds. She'd come to love this city, its brutal winters and exhilarating summers, its architectural grandeur and neighborhood intimacies. The Bulls were in the midst of their second three-peat under Michael Jordan, bringing collective pride to streets still struggling with crime and economic disparity. Her own neighborhood remained insulated from such concerns. Security teams monitored her movements. Her wealth had created a protective barrier. But she never forgot the world beyond that barrier, the viewers in living rooms across America who found in her a voice that seemed to speak directly to them. The AOL partnership was her first tentative step into digital space, an experiment whose full implications wouldn't be clear for years. But Oprah had long ago learned to trust her instincts about where connection would flourish next. The summer of 1996 unfolded beneath unrelenting heat. The Olympics in Atlanta were marred by a bombing. The presidential race between Clinton and Dole grew increasingly acrimonious. Cable news, freed from the constraints of the abolished fairness doctrine, grew more opinion-driven. The cultural mood oscillated between Clinton-era optimism and millennial anxiety. Oprah, reading voraciously as she always had, found herself drawn increasingly to contemporary fiction, novels that illuminated the human condition in ways that felt urgently relevant. During a production meeting in early September, an idea crystallized. "I want to start a book club," she announced. Her team exchanged glances. Book discussions seemed incongruous with daytime talk's evolution toward the sensational, a direction she had deliberately steered away from after the tabloid excesses of the late 80s. "Literary fiction on daytime television?" someone asked skeptically. "Why not?" Oprah countered. "Our viewers are hungry for substance. They want to think, to feel, to see themselves in stories that matter." Later that month, she held up Jacqueline Mitchell's The Deep End of the Ocean before her studio audience and millions of viewers. "I've started this book club, and I want to get the whole country reading again," she declared with characteristic warmth and authority. "Get this book and read it. We'll discuss it next month." Those simple words, delivered from her Chicago stage, sent shockwaves through the publishing industry. Within days, Mitchell's novel rocketed to the top of bestseller lists. Print runs expanded from 50,000 to 500,000 copies. Bookstores created Oprah's Book Club, displays at the front of their shops. That evening, Oprah received a call from Alice Walker, whose The Color Purple had changed the trajectory of her life when she played Sophia in Spielberg's film adaptation. "You've done something remarkable today," Walker told her. "You've reminded America that stories have power." "I just recommended a book I loved," Oprah demurred. "No," Walker insisted. "You've created a national conversation around literature. Do you understand what that means for writers, especially women writers, writers of color?" The implications were still unfolding. Publishers began courting Harper's staff, hoping to get titles considered for selection. Literary agents mentioned the possibility of Oprah's pick in pitch meetings. The economic impact was immediate. A selected title could expect to sell 1 million copies. But the cultural impact ran deeper. She had transformed private reading into shared experience, creating a nationwide book club where millions engaged with the same text simultaneously. The book club deepened what industry analysts had begun calling her moat, the network effect that made her platform increasingly difficult to replicate or challenge. She wasn't merely a talk show host anymore. She had become a curator of American cultural conversation. The walls of Chip Babcock's Houston law office were lined with legal texts and framed newspaper clippings documenting First Amendment cases he'd won. In April 1996, Oprah had appeared on his caller ID. "I'm about to be sued by the beef industry," she explained without preamble. "I need the best First Amendment lawyer in America." 2 weeks earlier, during a segment on food safety, she had interviewed a cattle rancher and a vegetarian activist about mad cow disease, the bovine spongiform encephalopathy that had devastated British beef. After hearing the risks outlined, she had declared on air, "It has just stopped me cold from eating another burger." Cattle futures had dropped immediately. The Texas Beef Group and local ranchers were preparing a lawsuit under Texas's Food Disparagement Law 1 of several state veggie libel statutes that made it illegal to make false statements about perishable food products. "They're filing in Amarillo," she told Babcock, "cattle country. They want home field advantage," he confirmed. "This is as much about intimidation as damages." In her Lakeshore Drive penthouse that night, Oprah paced the length of her living room, phone pressed to her ear as she consulted with her inner circle. The floor-to-ceiling windows framed Chicago's skyline, glittering against the night. The city had become her fortress, Harpo Studios, her command center. But now forces were mobilizing against her in Texas, testing the limits of her influence. "They'll ask for millions," her financial advisor warned. "It's not about the money," Oprah replied. "It's about the precedent. If they can silence me for expressing an opinion on food safety, what happens to everyone else with less protection? What happens to the whole concept of a talk show?" The trial was set for early 1998, but the shadow it cast stretched across her plans. Her legal team began preparing for a battle that would pit corporate agricultural interests against media freedom. The stakes extended beyond her personal liability to the foundational question of what could be said on American airwaves. Later that week, she confided in Maya Angelou, her longtime friend and mentor, during one of their regular phone calls. "They're trying to make an example of me," Oprah said. "Of course they are," Angelou's melodious voice replied. "You've built something too powerful to ignore. Your words move markets now, not just books, but commodities. That's a kind of power they never expected a black woman from Mississippi to hold." The observation hung in the air between them. Oprah had never framed her journey in explicitly political terms, had deliberately built her brand around empathy and self-help rather than ideology. But the beef trial threatened to expose the inherently political nature of any platform that reached millions daily. "I won't back down," she said finally. "I never thought you would," Angelou replied. The rhythms of producing a daily talk show continued, despite the legal clouds gathering on the horizon. Each morning, Oprah arrived at Harpo Studios before dawn, reviewing segment ideas, reading research briefs, conferring with producers. The converted brick warehouse in Chicago's West Loop had become a self-contained ecosystem, hundreds of employees working to create an hour of television that appeared effortless. Beyond the studio walls, the culture continued its rapid evolution. The Dow crossed 6,000, then 7,000. Cell phones remained bulky luxuries, but pagers buzzed on the hips of the connected class. The Internet's commercialization accelerated, with Netscape's IPO signaling the start of what would become the dot-com bubble. Inside Harpo, Oprah convened a strategic planning meeting in late 1996. As staff settled into conference room chairs, she remained standing, commanding the room with the same presence that had made her America's confidant. "Television is fragmenting," she began. "Cable channels are multiplying. The Internet is growing. We need to think beyond a single hour of broadcast." She outlined a vision of Harpo as a multi-platform enterprise, television at its core, but extending into publishing, digital media, film production. The company's revenues approached $300 million annually, but she saw both opportunity and vulnerability in the changing landscape. "The Michael Jackson interview showed us what appointment television can still accomplish," she continued. "The book club is demonstrating how we can move beyond entertainment to transformation. The AOL experiment is teaching us about community beyond broadcast hours." As the meeting concluded, her chief financial officer lingered behind. "Forbes is estimating your personal income at around $125 million this year," he noted. "You've become the highest paid woman in entertainment by a substantial margin." Oprah nodded, processing the number. The wealth had accumulated so rapidly that it sometimes felt abstract figures on balance sheets rather than tangible reality. She had begun diversifying into real estate, the Chicago penthouse, an Indiana farm, with Colorado and California properties on her horizon, but most of her net worth remained tied to Harpo's value. "The money is nice," she replied after a moment, "but it's not the point." "What is the point?" he asked. She gazed out the window at Chicago's West Loop, still gritty despite gentrification's early stirrings. The city stretched beyond, neighborhoods she knew intimately from her early years struggling at WLS-TV when she had overtaken Phil Donahue in local ratings. Now her show was syndicated in over 130 countries. Her book club selections became instant global bestsellers. Her opinions moved markets, sometimes, as the beef industry had demonstrated, in ways that generated powerful backlash. "The point," she said finally, "is building something that matters, something that lasts." As 1997 dawned, Oprah Winfrey stood at the apex of a media empire constructed through instinctive understanding of human connection. The scaffolding of her influence extended from literary fiction to internet communities, from television ratings to commodity markets. The legal battle in Amarillo loomed, testing whether that influence had limits. But on screens across America each afternoon, the woman who had transformed daytime television continued asking questions, listening intently, creating space for authentic exchange. The wealth and power were real, but they remained in service to something more elusive, the moment when a story told becomes a truth recognized, when private pain finds public voice, when a question asked bridges the distance between separate lives. The Amarillo sun cast long shadows across the courthouse steps as Oprah Winfrey emerged, her face illuminated by winter light. The February air held the crisp bite of Texas winter, but the crowd's energy warmed the space between them. Camera shutters clicked in rapid succession, capturing the moment as she approached the microphones. "Free speech not only lives," she declared, her voice resonant with emotion, "it rocks." The crowd erupted. After 6 weeks of testimony, the jury had deliberated less than 6 hours before finding in her favor. The cattleman's lawsuit, claiming she had disparaged beef during a 1996 show on mad cow disease, had failed to prove damages under Texas's veggie libel law. Later that evening, in her temporary suite at the Amarillo Hotel, Oprah sat with her longtime partner Stedman Graham and her attorney Chip Babcock. The room service trays had been cleared, leaving only coffee cups on the low table between them. "You know what this really means?" Oprah asked, fingers wrapped around her mug. This wasn't just about beef. This was about whether powerful interests can silence a platform they don't control. Chip nodded. They wanted to make an example of you. Instead, you made this a First Amendment case in the court of public opinion. We relocated the entire show to Amarillo for the duration, Stedman added, transformed a siege into a civic lesson. Oprah's gaze drifted toward the window. The real victory wasn't just winning, it was showing my audience what it means to stand your ground when challenged. This victory came at a time when Oprah was expanding her media empire in multiple directions, some more successful than others. The year 1998 would prove to be one of significant lessons about the nature of risk, control, and the limits of brand extension. December 1998. The private screening room in Chicago felt cavernous and empty after the disappointing opening weekend numbers for Beloved had come in. The Passion Project, an adaptation of Toni Morrison's Pulitzer Prize-winning novel, directed by Jonathan Demme with Oprah in the starring role, had grossed just $8.2 million on its opening weekend against a production budget of approximately $80 million. Oprah sat alone in the back row, the final credits scrolling before her. The film had been her dream for a decade, ever since she'd secured the rights to Morrison's novel. She'd poured herself into the role of Seetha, a formerly enslaved woman haunted by the ghost of her daughter. Jeffrey Jacobs, her longtime attorney and business partner, eased into the seat beside her. "It's a beautiful film," he said after a moment. "Artistically, you should be proud." "I am proud," Oprah replied, her voice soft but steady, "but I also understand what this means." The numbers were unforgiving. Against the same weekend release of the slasher film Bride of Chucky, audiences had chosen escapism over historical trauma. The final box office would barely reach $23 million, a financial failure by any measure. "We took a big swing," Jeffrey said, "and learned a valuable lesson about risk profiles," Oprah finished. "Theatrical film is high-risk capital, and my name doesn't automatically translate to movie tickets." The next morning, in her office at Harpo Studios on the near west side of Chicago, Oprah convened her film division executives. The winter light filtered through the windows, casting the room in a cool blue glow that matched the somber mood. "We're recalibrating Harpo Films," she announced. "We'll shift toward television partnerships and co-productions rather than solo theatrical bets. The mission remains telling stories that matter, but the delivery mechanism changes." The executives nodded, understanding the business logic even as they mourned the dream of Harpo becoming a major theatrical force. "Sometimes," Oprah added, "failure is just education in disguise." Spring 1999. Oprah's townhouse on East Lake Shore Drive offered a panoramic view of Lake Michigan, its waters shifting from steel gray to deep blue as clouds drifted overhead. The afternoon light streamed through floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating a table where Oprah sat with Geraldine Laybourne and Marcy Carsey, her partners in the fledgling Oxygen media venture. "Cable carriage is still our biggest challenge," Geraldine was saying. The former Nickelodeon chief had become CEO of their new women-focused network. "The cable operators want proof of concept, but we need distribution to prove the concept." Oprah nodded, studying the latest audience projections. She had invested significant capital and lent her name to the venture, but unlike Harpo Productions, she wasn't running day-to-day operations. "I'm wondering if we need more direct integration with my show," she offered. "Cross-promotion, talent sharing." Marcy, the successful television producer behind The Cosby Show and Roseanne, shook her head slightly. "We need to establish Oxygen's independent identity while leveraging your brand equity. It's a delicate balance." As the meeting concluded, Oprah walked her partners to the door. After they left, she returned to the windows, gazing out at the lake. Something felt off, a disconnection she couldn't quite articulate. Her instincts, the same ones that had guided her through 2 decades in television, were sending warning signals. Later that evening, she called Jeffrey Jacobs. "I'm worried about Oxygen," she confided. "I've invested the money and the name, but without direct operational involvement." "You're sensing the passive capital problem," Jeffrey replied. Your most successful ventures are the ones you actively operate. Exactly, Oprah said. My name plus money isn't enough. I need to be in the kitchen. The summer of 2000 brought a more successful venture. In her office at Harpo Studios, Oprah held the first issue of O, the Oprah magazine, in her hands. The magazine, a joint venture with Hearst, had launched in April to immediate success, with the first issue selling out its print run of 1.6 million copies. Ellen Levine, the editorial director, sat across from her, beaming with pride. We're already projecting a circulation of over 2 million by year's end. For a monthly magazine launch, these numbers are unprecedented. Oprah turned the pages slowly, taking in the vibrant layouts, the thoughtful essays, the blend of aspirational and accessible content that mirrored her television philosophy. The magazine feels like a natural extension, she observed, not a separate product, but a companion piece to the show. That's exactly what's working, Ellen agreed. It's complementary, not competitive. Readers experience it as another dimension of your voice. Oprah paused on her editor's letter, reading her own words about living your best life. And Hearst handles production and distribution while we control the editorial voice, the perfect partnership model. Unlike Oxygen, where her involvement was limited, the magazine represented a true collaboration. Hearst brought publishing expertise. Oprah brought her vision and voice. The arrangement allowed her to focus on what she did best, curating content and connecting with her audience, while leveraging Hearst's infrastructure. This is the model for future expansions, she said. True partnerships where both sides bring core competencies to the table. The Harpo Studios campus hummed with activity as Oprah moved between buildings, passing through the security checkpoint that separated the production offices from the studio spaces. The near West Side neighborhood around the studio had transformed since she'd purchased the former industrial space in 1988. What had once been a neglected area was now showing signs of revival, with new restaurants and businesses appearing along Randolph Street. In the main conference room, the Angel Network team awaited her arrival. Launched formally in 1998, the network had quickly become a powerful channel for audience participation in philanthropy. The concept was simple but effective. Viewers could donate small amounts that, collectively, funded schools, scholarships, and disaster relief efforts. Where do we stand on the New Orleans housing project? Oprah asked, as she took her seat at the head of the table. We've raised over $5 million so far, her philanthropy director reported. Combined with matching funds, we're on track to build 50 homes for families displaced by Hurricane George. Oprah nodded, pleased by the progress. The Angel Network embodied her philosophy of making giving accessible to everyone. A viewer might only be able to contribute $20, but multiplied by thousands, those small acts created meaningful change. And the scholarship program, 200 recipients this year, full tuition, books, and living stipends. The meeting continued, reviewing various initiatives across the country. What had begun as occasional on-air giving had evolved into a sophisticated philanthropic operation that would eventually raise more than $80 million. As the team dispersed, Oprah remained at the table, reviewing the quarterly reports. The power of her platform wasn't just in reaching millions of viewers, it was in activating them, transforming passive observers into participants in a larger mission. January 2001. The Chicago winter had descended in earnest, with snow drifting against the windows of Harpo Studios. Inside, Oprah sat in her private office with Jeffrey Jacobs, reviewing the previous year's financial performance. The magazine exceeded all projections, Jeffrey noted, pointing to a chart showing O's circulation growth. Hearst is projecting we'll hit 2.4 million by next quarter. The advertising rates have increased accordingly. And that flows directly to our bottom line, Oprah observed. The joint venture structure meant that Harpo received approximately half the profits from the magazine, creating a substantial new revenue stream that diversified her business beyond television. Jeffrey nodded. The wealth engine is starting to look like what we envisioned. The talk show remains the core, but we've built significant revenue streams around it, publishing, production fees, and licensing. The financial charts told a story of strategic diversification. While film ventures like Beloved had underperformed, the magazine had exceeded expectations. Television production partnerships were more modest in scale, but carried lower risk profiles. The Angel Network had minimal direct financial return, but enhanced brand value through social impact. "We've learned some expensive lessons," Oprah acknowledged, "but we've applied them quickly." "That's the difference," Jeffrey agreed. "Some entrepreneurs make the same mistakes repeatedly. You make each mistake exactly once." The conversation shifted to real estate investments, including her recent purchase of the promised land property in Montecito, California, a 42-acre estate with views of the Pacific Ocean. At approximately $50 million, it represented a significant commitment to a second geographical base beyond Chicago. "The California property gives us options for the future," Jeffrey noted, "both personally and professionally." Oprah nodded, knowing that her contract for The Oprah Winfrey Show would eventually conclude, though that decision remained years away. The long-term planning that had characterized her business approach since acquiring Harpo continued to guide her thinking. "Speaking of the future," she said, "let's discuss the oxygen situation." September 2001. The terrorist attacks on New York and Washington had stunned the nation. In the weeks that followed, like many Americans, Oprah found herself reconsidering priorities and responsibilities. The Harpo conference room was quiet as she met with her senior producers to discuss how the show would navigate this new reality. The American flag pin on her lapel caught the light as she leaned forward. "We need to balance addressing what's happened with providing a space where people can process their emotions," she explained. "Our viewers are looking to us not just for information, but for meaning." The following weeks saw a shift in programming. Experts on grief and trauma shared airtime with profiles of first responders and ordinary heroes. The Angel Network established a scholarship fund for children who had lost parents in the attacks. In her office, after a particularly emotional taping, Oprah sat with her longtime friend and producer Diane Atkinson Hudson. "I keep thinking about what matters most," Oprah confided, "about using this platform in the most meaningful way possible." Diane nodded. "The audience feels it. They sense when you're speaking from that authentic place." The cultural mood had shifted dramatically from the exuberant optimism of the late 1990s dot-com boom to something more somber and reflective. The stock market had fallen sharply. The Nasdaq had already been declining since its March 2000 peak, but the attacks accelerated the slide. Against this backdrop, Oprah's show provided both escape and connection. Celebrity interviews and makeovers interspersed with serious discussions about national unity and personal resilience. The Favorite Things episodes, which had become an annual tradition, took on a different meaning in a time of national anxiety, offering moments of joy and generosity amid uncertainty. Spring 2002. The morning light spilled through the windows of Oprah's Chicago apartment as she prepared for the day ahead. 4 years after the cattleman's lawsuit, her empire had expanded in multiple directions, with varying degrees of success. Her phone rang, Jeffrey Jacobs, with news about the latest Oxygen Media financials. "The numbers are still problematic," he reported. "Cable carriage is improving, but advertising revenue isn't following quickly enough." Oprah sighed. "The lesson is becoming clearer each quarter. Passive capital plus my name without my direct operational involvement isn't enough." "Do you want to get more involved in day-to-day operations?" She considered this briefly, then shook her head. "No, my time and attention are finite resources. The talk show, the magazine, Harpo Productions, these need to remain the priorities. But this is an important lesson for future ventures." Later that day, in her office at Harpo Studios, Oprah reviewed the latest ratings for her show. Despite the increasing fragmentation of television audiences in the early 2000s, the Oprah Winfrey Show maintained its dominant position in daytime. Her assistant announced the arrival of Gayle King, her best friend, and now a contributing editor at O Magazine. "Have you seen the latest numbers?" Gayle asked, entering with a copy of the magazine's circulation report. Oprah smiled. "Jeffrey briefed me this morning, 2.4 million circulation, right on target." And the reader engagement metrics are off the charts, Gail added, taking a seat. The book club selections, the personal essays, people aren't just subscribing, they're interacting. The magazine had become an extension of the relationship Oprah had cultivated with her television audience, creating an intimate connection through print that complemented the broadcast experience. Unlike other celebrity-branded publications, O magazine focused on personal growth, health, relationships, and living with purpose, themes that resonated deeply with her core audience. We found the right balance, Oprah observed. Entertainment and meaning, aspiration and accessibility. As 2002 progressed, Oprah found herself reflecting on the lessons of the past 4 years. The victories and setbacks had shaped her approach to business, philanthropy, and content creation. Standing at the window of her office, watching the Chicago skyline as dusk settled over the city, she considered the patterns that had emerged. The successful ventures, the talk show, the magazine, the Angel Network shared common elements: direct operational involvement, clear alignment with her core values, and structures that amplified rather than diluted her voice. The less successful ventures, beloved Oxygen Media, had taught equally valuable lessons about risk management, operational control, and the limits of brand extension. The wealth engine she and Jeffrey had envisioned years earlier had taken shape, a diversified portfolio of media assets, each with different risk profiles and revenue models, all connected by a consistent voice and vision. In her private journal that evening, she wrote, "The past 4 years have been about expansion and contraction, risk and recalibration. I've learned that owning isn't enough. Operating what you own is the key. I've learned that my name alone can't carry a venture. My active involvement makes the difference. Most importantly, I've learned that the platform is both privilege and responsibility. To speak truth, to elevate voices, to create meaningful connection in an increasingly disconnected world." The journal entry concluded with a question she had been asking herself with increasing frequency. What is the highest, truest expression of this platform? What is the work I'm uniquely positioned to do? The answer would continue to evolve in the years ahead, but the foundations had been laid, a media enterprise built on connection, authenticity, and the transformative power of storytelling. The January morning air hung cool and crisp over the rolling hills of Henley-on-Klip, South Africa. Oprah Winfrey stood alone at the edge of the courtyard, watching the sunrise paint the stone buildings in hues of amber and gold. In a few hours, the grounds would fill with young girls in crisp uniforms, their futures forever altered by what would happen today. But for now, she savored the stillness, the weight of the moment settling around her like a prayer. $40 million, she whispered to herself, not in pride but in reverence for what money could build when directed by purpose. The Oprah Winfrey Leadership Academy for Girls represented more than architecture and curriculum. It was her answer to a promise she'd made decades ago while reading books beneath a Mississippi tree, that if she ever found success, she would create pathways for others. Behind her, her door opened quietly. Stedman Graham, her partner of 2 decades, approached with 2 steaming mugs. "Couldn't sleep?" he asked, handing her one. "How could I?" Her voice carried a gentle tremor. "In a few hours, 52 girls who might never have had a chance will walk through those doors." Stedman's tall figure stood sentinel beside her. "You've been planning this for, 5 years?" "7, she corrected, sipping the tea. "Since I met Mandela in 2000. He asked what I planned to do for South Africa, and the answer just appeared, fully formed: a school for girls." The morning of January 13, 2007, unfolded like a dream sequence. Girls in green uniforms filed through the iron gates, many accompanied by parents who had never imagined their daughters would attend a school with computer labs, modern science facilities, and a library filled with more books than some had seen in their lifetimes. Oprah moved among them, touching shoulders, learning names, her famous persona replaced by something quieter and more essential. This was not television. There were no cameras rolling for her daily show audience back in Chicago. This was legacy work. "Ms. Winfrey," a shy voice called. A girl no taller than Oprah's elbow stood clutching a worn notebook. "I want to thank you. My mother said to tell you that now I can become anything." Oprah knelt down, eye to eye with the child. "Do you know why I built this school?" she asked. The girl shook her head. "Because every girl deserves to discover who she truly is, without the world telling her she's less. That's what education did for me." Later that evening, after the ceremonies and speeches, after Nelson Mandela had blessed the endeavor with his presence, Oprah sat in her temporary quarters reviewing the day. Her phone rang, her producer back in Chicago. "The ratings came in yesterday," the producer said, "strong as ever. But we need to talk about the February sweeps. We're thinking of a reunion show with—" "Wait," Oprah interrupted gently. "I'm not there yet. I'm still here." The statement carried layers of meaning beyond the geographic. As 2007 unfolded, Oprah divided her consciousness between the daily demands of her television empire and the fledgling institution in South Africa. Harpo Productions continued generating approximately $280 million in annual revenue. Her personal income approached $120 million. Forbes had solidified her billionaire status years earlier. By any material measure, she had transcended the economic gravity that constrained most media figures. Yet money had become less interesting than mission. In October of that year, the dream soured temporarily when reports surfaced of a dormitory matron allegedly abusing students at the academy. The media narrative threatened to overshadow years of planning and millions in investment. "Cancel the tapings," she told her Chicago team. "Book me on the next flight to Johannesburg." In a suite at the Saxon Hotel, Oprah met with her crisis team, her eyes ringed with exhaustion. "I want independent investigators," she said firmly. "I want the full truth, no matter how difficult, and I want to meet with every parent and every affected student personally." Her longtime attorney raised concerns about legal exposure. "This isn't about protecting me," Oprah replied, her voice quiet but steeled with resolve. "This is about protecting those girls. We fire anyone involved, we investigate thoroughly, and we face this head-on." For weeks, she shuttled between continents, sleeping on planes, rebuilding trust with families while maintaining the rhythm of her Chicago-based empire. The scandal would have broken many institutions, but her response, immediate, transparent, uncompromising, became a case study in crisis management. By December, when she stood on a stage in Des Moines, Iowa, beside a young senator named Barack Obama, the school had stabilized. A new chapter was beginning. The rally hummed with an electricity rare in politics. Obama's campaign for the Democratic nomination was gaining momentum, but still seen as a long shot against the Clinton machine. Oprah had never publicly endorsed a presidential candidate before. "You know, I rarely pass up an opportunity to talk," she told the crowd of 18,000. "But today I'm here to listen, to witness, to see how one man can inspire a nation to hope again." Backstage after the event, Obama embraced her. "I know what this cost you," he said quietly. She smiled. "Some things matter more than ratings." Indeed, the Nielsen numbers showed a slight dip in the weeks following her endorsement. Conservative viewers sent angry letters. A few advertisers expressed concern. But after 22 years on air, Oprah understood the rhythms of public sentiment. The core audience remained, and more importantly, her own integrity remained intact. Throughout 2008, as the financial world collapsed into the worst economic crisis since the Great Depression, Oprah maintained her course. While Bear Stearns failed and Lehman Brothers collapsed, while unemployment climbed toward double digits, her show offered a daily respite, 2 hours where human connection transcended market fears. In her Chicago apartment overlooking Lake Michigan, Oprah watched election returns on November 4, 2008. When the networks called Ohio, mathematically securing Obama's victory, she reached for her phone. "We did it," she texted the president-elect, then corrected herself. "You did it." The reply came moments later. "We all did." The financial crisis revealed fault lines in American society that had long existed beneath the surface. As Oprah approached her mid-50s, these societal fractures informed her thinking about the show's future. In meetings with Harpo executives, she began articulating a vision beyond the daily broadcast. 25 years, she told her inner circle in early 2009. That's the right number to end on. not 24, not 26. 25 has symmetry. Her executives pushed back, citing continuing profitability. But Oprah had already begun negotiations with Discovery Communications for a joint venture, the Oprah Winfrey Network, OWN. The Daily Show has been the greatest classroom in the world, she explained. But classrooms eventually graduate their students. We need to evolve or we become irrelevant. In her private moments, Oprah confronted questions about her broader influence. Critics increasingly targeted her for platforming controversial figures. Dr. Oz with his sometimes questionable health advice, Jenny McCarthy's vaccine skepticism, the metaphysical claims of The Secret. One evening in her farmhouse in Indiana, surrounded by books and silence, she called her friend Maya Angelou. "Maya," she began, "am I responsible for every idea expressed by every guest on my show?" Angelou's rich voice filled the line. "Child, you're responsible for opening the conversation, not controlling its outcome. Your gift has always been asking questions that allow people to find their own truth." "But what if those truths are wrong?" Oprah pressed. "What if people believe something harmful because I gave someone a platform?" "Then you've given your audience too little credit," Angelou replied. "Your viewers aren't empty vessels. They bring their own discernment. Trust them to separate wheat from chaff." The conversation settled something in Oprah's spirit. She would continue curating voices across the spectrum, from Eckhart Tolle's spirituality to hard-edged journalistic exposés, while trusting her audience's intelligence. As 2010 arrived, production began on the final season of The Oprah Winfrey Show. After 24 years and 4,000 episodes, the conclusion required careful orchestration. In the Harpo Studios conference room, beneath exposed brick walls that had witnessed countless creative meetings, Oprah sat with her senior producers. "The farewell needs to honor the viewers," she said. "Not celebrities, not spectacle. The people who invited us into their homes every afternoon for a quarter century." The planning continued for months. Meanwhile, the Leadership Academy in South Africa reported its first graduates would achieve 100% university acceptance, vindication of the model, and recovery from the earlier scandal. When May 25, 2011 finally arrived, Oprah stood alone on her familiar Chicago stage for the last time. No celebrity guests. No surprise giveaways. Just the woman who had transformed daytime television speaking directly to the audience that had accompanied her journey. 25 years ago, I had no idea what this show would become, she said, her voice steady despite the emotion behind it. But I've never taken your time for granted. Every day, you let me into your living rooms, your kitchens, your lives. What I know for sure is that you and this show have been the great love of my life." As the final credits rolled, Oprah walked through the studio doors into the Chicago afternoon. The empire she had built, Harpo Productions, her magazine, her educational foundation, her newly launched network, would continue. But the daily communion with America had concluded. In her car heading home, she glanced at the United Center where they had filmed star-studded farewell specials weeks earlier. Those had been for the public. This quiet drive was for her, a moment to exhale after 4,561 episodes of listening, questioning, connecting. Her driver caught her eye in the rearview mirror. "Where to, Miss Winfrey?" She considered the question. The infrastructure she had built would continue generating hundreds of millions in revenue. Her charitable foundations would continue funding education. The Academy in South Africa would graduate class after class of young women prepared to lead. Her partnership with Discovery on OWN represented both risk and potential. "Home," she answered simply, "and then tomorrow we begin again." As Chicago's skyline receded in the window, Oprah reflected on the institutional architecture she had constructed, television programs that shaped cultural conversation, philanthropic vehicles that transcended personality, educational models that could outlive their founder. The journey from Mississippi poverty to billion-dollar influence had never been about acquisition alone, but about building structures that might endure beyond her personal presence. The car turned onto Lakeshore Drive, the waters of Lake Michigan stretching toward the horizon like possibilities. At 57, Oprah Winfrey had graduated from personality to institution builder. The Daily Show had ended, but the work of shaping worlds through words, through media, through education, that work continued in forms she was still discovering. The late afternoon light caught the lake's surface, turning it to rippled gold. Endings and beginnings, she thought. Always, if we're fortunate, endings and beginnings. The evening sky hung low over Chicago as Oprah Winfrey stared through the floor-to-ceiling windows of her Harpo Studios office. Rain tapped against the glass in a soft rhythm, mirroring the unsteady beating of her heart. The year was 2012, and the empire she had built over decades stood at a precipice. 142 million, she whispered to the rain-streaked skyline. The number represented more than dollars lost. It was the price tag of ambition, of believing she could transition from broadcast queen to cable network owner without missing a step. Owned the Oprah Winfrey Network, had hemorrhaged money since its launch in January 2011. What had begun with fanfare and expectation now limped along with dismal ratings and an identity crisis. The television landscape had shifted beneath her feet. Streaming services were ascendant, cable subscriptions had peaked, and the digital revolution wasn't waiting for anyone to catch up. Sherry Salata, her longtime producer and now owns co-president, entered the room carrying 2 steaming mugs of chai tea. Her presence was a comfort. Sherry had weathered countless storms alongside Oprah, from tabloid attacks to the final days of the Oprah Winfrey Show. "Discovery called again," Sherry said, placing the tea on the desk. "David Zaslav wants to know what our next move is." Discovery Communications, Oprah's 50-50 partners in OWN, had invested heavily in the venture. Their patience was wearing thin. "I know what I have to do," Oprah replied, the decision crystallizing in her mind. "I need to go on camera." 2 weeks later, Oprah sat across from a camera crew in the familiar setting of her Next Chapter interview format. The lights were hot, the stakes higher. She would admit to the world what few billionaires ever concede failure. "Had I known that it was going to be this difficult, I might have done something else," she confessed to the lens, knowing millions would soon witness this moment of vulnerability. "I didn't think we'd be having this much trouble. I thought we'd be profitable by now." The words stung as they left her mouth, yet there was liberation in the truth. The network needed a new direction, and she would chart it. Later that evening, Oprah convened a meeting with Eric Logan, OWN's other co-president, and Jeff Jacobs, her longtime attorney and business partner. The room was quiet except for the occasional hum of the building's heating system fighting against the Chicago winter. "We need content that resonates, and we need it now," Oprah said, spreading programming reports across the conference table. "Our audience isn't finding us because we're not giving them what they want." "Tyler Perry called again," Eric mentioned, sliding a proposal across the table. "He's got 2 shows ready to go, scripted dramas, high volume, reasonable budget." Oprah picked up the outline for The Haves and The Have-Nots. Perry's work had always targeted an audience that traditional television often overlooked: African-American viewers hungry for stories that reflected their experiences. His Medea franchise had generated hundreds of millions at the box office on modest budgets. "Greenlight both," she decided, "and let's clear primetime slots." It was a calculated risk, but one based on knowing her core audience. By 2013, Perry's shows had become OWN's biggest hits. The Haves and The Have-Nots regularly topped cable ratings in its demographic. By 2014, the network had achieved what many industry insiders had deemed impossible: profitability. Autumn leaves scattered across the grounds of Oprah's Montecito estate in October 2015 as a black town car pulled up the winding driveway. Stedman Graham, her partner of decades, watched from the veranda as she emerged from the house to greet her visitor. Raymond Debon, chairman of Weight Watchers International, stepped from the vehicle. His presence was the culmination of months of quiet discussions about an investment opportunity that resonated deeply with Oprah's personal journey. "The numbers look even worse than last quarter," Debonet said as they settled into the sunlit conservatory. Weight Watchers, once a powerhouse in the diet industry, was struggling against digital disruptors and changing consumer habits. Its stock had cratered to around $7 per share. But the foundation is sound, Oprah observed. The program works, I've experienced it myself. She had been using Weight Watchers privately, finding its approach aligned with her own philosophy about health and balance. Her bankers at JP Morgan had analyzed the investment opportunity, but the final decision, as always, came down to Oprah's personal filter: do I use it? Do I believe in it? The answer to both was yes. I'll take 10%, she decided, and I want a seat on the board. The deal was structured carefully by her legal team at Loeb, and Loeb $43.2 million for the stake, plus a seat on the board and a role as spokesperson. When the news broke, Weight Watchers stock doubled in a single day. By 2018, the shares would reach nearly $100, turning her initial investment into approximately $400 million. The Weight Watchers deal exemplified Oprah's evolving investment philosophy. Gone were the days of lending her name without control. Now every business association was carefully vetted through her personal use, belief in the product, and ability to authentically promote it. Rain fell in gentle sheets over Cupertino, California, as Oprah's private jet touched down on February 2018. The meeting at Apple's headquarters had been arranged with the utmost secrecy. Not even her full team knew the details. Tim Cook, Apple's CEO, greeted her personally in a conference room overlooking the company's new spaceship campus. Eddie Q, Apple's Senior Vice President of Internet Software and Services, was also present. On the table between them lay the framework of a deal that would further transform Oprah's media presence. We're building something different, Cook explained as they discussed Apple's forthcoming streaming service. Quality over quantity, premium content for a premium audience. Oprah nodded, understanding implicitly what wasn't being said. Traditional television, even cable, was giving way to streaming platforms. Younger viewers had abandoned appointment viewing. Content was consumed on phones and tablets, on demand. Apple was late to the streaming wars, but its resources and global reach were unmatched. What I'm proposing, Oprah said, leaning forward, is a multifaceted partnership. Documentaries on issues that matter: mental health, racism, inequality. A revival of my book club for the digital age. Conversation series that bring thoughtful dialogue back to the cultural forefront. By the time she left Cupertino, the outlines of a multi-year deal worth over $100 million had been established. Apple would get prestige and content. Oprah would secure creative freedom and alignment with a premium global brand. The new production entity, OW Productions, would be structured under the Harpo umbrella, but operate with autonomy specific to the Apple relationship. On January 7, 2018, the Beverly Hilton glittered with Hollywood royalty for the 75th Golden Globe Awards. The atmosphere was charged. The hashtag #MeToo movement had erupted months earlier with revelations about Harvey Weinstein, and women across the industry had begun speaking out about systemic abuse and harassment. Oprah, there to receive the Cecil B. DeMille Award for Lifetime Achievement, sat at her table watching the room. Gayle King, her best friend of over 40 years, squeezed her hand in silent support. "You ready?" Gayle whispered. Oprah nodded, feeling the weight of the moment. The speech she had prepared was more than an acceptance. It was a testimony, a call to action, a statement of purpose in troubling times. When she took the stage, the room fell silent. Her voice, that instrument that had carried her from rural Mississippi poverty to global influence, filled the space. For too long, women have not been heard or believed if they dared to speak their truth to the power of those men, she declared. But their time is up. A new day is on the horizon. The words electrified the audience. By morning, they would echo across news programs and social media. Calls for Oprah 2020 would trend for days, speculation about a presidential run dominating news cycles. In the car after the ceremony, Stedman studied her face in the dimness. "You know what they're going to say tomorrow," he said. "I do," she replied, and the answer is still no. Politics had never been her aspiration. Her power lay in cultural influence, in the ability to shape hearts and minds through storytelling, not legislation. Within days, she would make it clear to interviewers that she had no interest in running for office, despite the public clamor. The aftermath of the Golden Globe speech reflected how Oprah's cultural position had evolved. No longer just a talk show host or media mogul, she had become a voice of moral authority in an increasingly fractured cultural landscape. Spring blossoms entered the air in Montecito as Oprah sat with a group of young entrepreneurs on April 2018. Her investment team had arranged the meeting, part of her ongoing commitment to supporting female and minority business founders. "Tell me why," she said to a black woman in her 30s who had developed an innovative food delivery platform. "Not the market research or the return projections, why this matters to you." The question was characteristic of Oprah's investment approach. While her financial advisors at Goldman Sachs and JP Morgan provided the analytical frameworks, her final decisions were always personal. Did she connect with the founder? Did she believe in the mission? Would she use the product herself? After the entrepreneurs departed, Oprah walked through her garden with Sherry Salata, who had recently departed OWN to start her own venture. The asset structure is finally where it needs to be, Oprah reflected. Harpo as the umbrella, own with discovery but stable. The new production entity for Apple. Real estate diversified across Montecito, Maui, Telluride, Chicago. "You've built something remarkable," Sherry said. "A true ecosystem." Oprah nodded, touching the leaves of a flowering magnolia. "What I'm most proud of is the adaptability. Television was never the end goal. It was the medium available when I started. The message always mattered more than the platform." This philosophy had guided her transitions, from local television to syndication, from talk show to network owner, from cable to streaming. Each evolution preserved her core values while adapting to technological and cultural shifts. As 2018 drew to a close, Oprah gathered her closest advisors for a year-end review at her Montecito estate. The Apple deal was moving forward. OWN had maintained profitability, and her Weight Watchers stake, while down from its peak, still represented a substantial return on investment. Eric Logan, who would soon depart for a new opportunity, raised his glass in a toast. "To reinvention," he said. Oprah smiled, thinking of the journey from the crisis years of 2012 to 2013 to the stable, diversified enterprise before her now. The path had not been straight. There had been false starts and painful lessons, but never surrendered. As twilight settled over the Pacific visible from her windows, Oprah considered what lay ahead. Streaming would continue to disrupt traditional media. Social platforms would further fragment audience attention. The cultural divides exposed in recent years would require thoughtful navigation, but she had weathered industry transformations before. From the death of broadcast dominance to the birth of digital media, from economic recessions to cultural revolutions. The constant had always been her ability to connect, to communicate authenticity in whatever medium the moment demanded. The rain had stopped outside her window, leaving behind a clarity that matched her resolve. Tomorrow would bring new challenges, but also new possibilities. In an industry defined by reinvention, she had proven herself the master of that art. The December light slanted through the windows of Oprah's Montecito estate, casting long shadows across her meditation garden. She sat alone on a stone bench, watching as the Pacific breeze stirred the lavender. At 70, her face had softened with time, but her eyes remained sharp, observant, the same eyes that had witnessed 5 decades of American transformation. "Ms. Winfrey," her assistant called softly from the terrace doors. "Tina Perry is on the line. She says it's about the Warner Brothers Discovery meeting." Oprah nodded, rising with the deliberate grace that had become her signature. Her flowing caftan caught the wind as she walked back toward the house they called Promised Land, 70 acres of California paradise. That represented just a fraction of her $2.5 billion empire. "Tell her I'll take it in the study," she replied, glancing at her watch. There was still time before her afternoon meditation. Inside the warmth of her private office, surrounded by first editions from her book club selections and framed photographs of Leadership Academy graduates, Oprah settled into her chair. The WBD executives wanted to discuss OWN's streaming future. Another round of negotiations, another dance of power and compromise. "Tina," she said into the speakerphone, her voice measured and warm. "Let me guess, they want more integration with Max." "Always," Tina laughed. "But we have leverage. Our black audience demographics are gold to them now." Oprah smiled, remembering the early OWN days, the $142 million in losses by 2012, the critics declaring her post-syndication career dead. How distant those struggles felt now that the network was profitable, its programming slate respected, its audience loyal. "We maintain creative control," Oprah said, "not a question but a requirement. And ownership of the IP." "Of course," Tina replied. "I've already flagged that as non-negotiable." After the call ended, Oprah stood at her office window, gazing across the property. Her mind drifted to Jeff Jacobs, her longtime business partner who had passed in 2022. For decades, he had been her armor and architect, the man who had transformed her from talent into owner. His structures still governed Harpo Productions, still protected her interests, but his absence remained a wound that business couldn't heal. Her phone chimed with a text from Gail. "Saw the People magazine reaction. Are you okay?" Oprah sighed, knowing what Gail meant. Her December 2023 disclosure about using GLP-1 medication for weight loss had unleashed predictable storms. After decades of public weight struggles, after Weight Watchers partnerships and wagon of fat spectacles, the admission felt both liberating and complicated. "I'm fine," she texted back. "No shame in my game anymore." But she felt the irony deeply. She had resigned from the Weight Watchers board just months earlier, selling down her stake between 2018 and 2020 for over $100 million. The timing, exiting before the company's full collapse under the Ozempic revolution, had been fortunate. The public narrative is less so. Some called it calculated, others hypocritical. The truth, as always, resided in nuance that social media had no patience for. Later that evening, as twilight settled over Montecito, Stedman joined her on the terrace for dinner. Their relationship, spanning nearly 4 decades, had outlasted networks, presidents, and cultural revolutions. He knew her silences, understood when to speak and when to listen. "I got a call from Dwayne today," she said, serving herself a small portion of roasted vegetables from their estate garden. "The People's Fund of Maui has reached 60 million. Stedman nodded appreciatively. "That's remarkable. Direct cash to families who lost everything." "The rollout wasn't perfect," she admitted, remembering the social media backlash when they'd announced the fund in September. 2 billionaires asking for donations had been the framing, despite she and Dwayne Johnson each contributing $5 million to seed the fund. "The model works, though," Stedman countered. "Money straight to survivors, no bureaucracy. The old Oprah would have been defensive about the criticism. This one was adapted." She smiled at his assessment. "Experience is a ruthless teacher." After dinner, Oprah retreated to her library, a sanctuary of leather-bound volumes and carefully curated memories. On her desk sat the contracts for her next Apple TV Plus documentary series, another piece of her carefully constructed portfolio. The streaming deal, reportedly worth over $100 million, represented evolution rather than revolution. The audience had fragmented across platforms. The days of 20 million viewers watching her broadcast show were long gone. She touched the leather portfolio containing notes for her Leadership Academy board meeting. The school in South Africa had been operating since 2007, producing over 600 graduates with 100% university acceptance. Her goal now was to secure a $1 million endowment, ensuring the institution would outlive its founder. A soft knock at the library door interrupted her thoughts. "Come in," she called. Her estate manager entered, respectfully waiting at the threshold. "Ms. Winfrey," the art curator called. "The Kehinde Wiley loan to the Smithsonian has been approved. They'll collect next week." Oprah nodded, pleased. Her art collection, valued conservatively at $50 million, focused heavily on African American artists. Lending pieces to museums felt like proper stewardship, wealth as responsibility rather than hoarding. "Thank you, James," she said. "And has there been any update on the Maui property assessment?" "The fire damage reports are finalized. Your land was largely spared, but the community—" He shook his head. Oprah's 1,000 acres on Maui, worth approximately $25 million, had escaped the inferno that devoured Lahaina in August 2023. But proximity to suffering carried its own burden. She had watched paradise burn, watched lives unravel. The People's Fund was a practical response, not mere sentiment. After James left, she opened her journal, a practice maintained since her 20s. The blank page waited for reflection, for the private thoughts behind the public persona. February 2024. Board resignation finalized. The WW chapter closes. 17 years after my first investment, the lessons remain. Own what you believe in. Exit when the model no longer serves truth. The GLP-1 disclosure feels like both confession and clarification. Medicine isn't a failure. Tools aren't cheating. The narrative was never just about weight, but about honesty in transformation. She paused, pen hovering above paper. The Weight Watchers exit had been strategically timed, but not cynical. She had genuinely believed in behavior modification until science offered alternatives that worked better. Adaptation wasn't betrayal, a principle she'd applied across 5 decades of evolution. The following morning brought fog rolling across the Montecito Hills. Oprah rose at 5:30 a.m., maintaining the discipline that had governed her life since Baltimore. No alcohol, minimal sugar, meditation before email. Control what you can control, a mantra that had carried her from Mississippi poverty to California abundance. Her home office buzzed with activity by 8 a.m. A video call with her Apple TV Plus producers about their Sidney Poitier documentary, emails regarding philanthropic commitments, a brief conversation with her financial team about portfolio adjustments amid inflation concerns. At noon, she welcomed a special visitor, one of her Leadership Academy daughters, now a neuroscience researcher at Stanford. The young woman, poised and brilliant, represented Oprah's most tangible legacy, education as liberation. "Dr. Thandeka," Oprah smiled, embracing her former student. "I still can't get used to saying that." "You'd better," the young woman laughed. "I worked too hard for those letters." They walked the grounds, discussing Thandeka's research and the Academy's future. The school had emerged from an abuse scandal in its early years, not through denial but through Oprah's insistence on transparency and reform, institutional response mirroring personal ethics. "We're planning the 15th reunion," Thandeka said. "The first graduating class is scattered across 4 continents now." "And to think people said it wouldn't last," Oprah mused. "That I was just having a celebrity moment." "They didn't understand your long game," Thandeka replied. "You think in decades, not news cycles." After lunch, Oprah's schedule showed a rare gap time blocked for reviewing scripts. Though she had officially closed her daily talk show era in 2011, the hunger for one defining late-career dramatic role remained. Something worthy of her Oscar-nominated work in The Color Purple, something that would close the circle. Her phone rang, Gayle King, calling from the CBS studios in New York. "Have you seen the interview numbers?" Gayle asked without preamble, their friendship long past formalities. "From the Harry and Meghan special, I thought that was ancient history." CBS is doing a retrospective on Impact. That interview drew 17.1 million American viewers, plus about 50 million globally. In today's market, that's practically supernatural. Oprah nodded, remembering that March 2021 conversation in a California garden. The revelations about the royal family, Meghan's mental health struggles, the allegations of racism, it had been a masterclass in the long-form confessional format she had pioneered. "The British tabloids are still furious with me," she noted with a hint of amusement. "Because you gave them a voice without controlling the narrative," Gayle replied. "You let them speak their truth." "Truth has always been my business model," Oprah said quietly. After the call, she wandered through her art-filled hallways, past the awards that chronicled her journey, Emmy statuettes, humanitarian honors, honorary doctorates. Success is measured in gold-plated recognition, but meaning measured in impact. That evening, as sunset painted her Montecito sanctuary in amber hues, Oprah hosted a small dinner party. Her chef had prepared a Mediterranean feast, accommodating her now public GLP-1 regimen without sacrificing flavor. Around her table sat trusted friends and advisors. No cameras, no audience, no performance required. The conversation flowed from politics to spirituality, from streaming wars to climate concerns. Unlike the carefully produced segments of her broadcasting days, these exchanges followed no script. But the skills remained the same: deep listening, strategic questioning, creating space for revelation. "You've been quiet about succession planning," one of her financial advisors noted during a lull. "The Jacob structures are solid, but eventually." Oprah nodded, understanding the unstated question. At 70, with no children but with vast resources, the question of legacy governance loomed. Who would guide Harpo's intellectual property, manage her real estate portfolio, direct her philanthropic entities? "The foundations are mapped," she replied carefully. "The Academy endowment is the priority now. As for the rest," she smiled, "I'm still writing that chapter." Later, alone in her bedroom suite overlooking the Pacific, Oprah reviewed the quarterly foundation reports. The Oprah Winfrey Operating Foundation and Charitable Foundation distributed approximately $40 million annually, a velocity of giving that would exceed $400 million across her lifetime. Her mind drifted to the 10,000 girls she hoped to mentor globally, an ambition beyond even the Academy's reach. How to scale impact without diluting connection. How to institutionalize empathy. These questions had replaced ratings concerns in her third act. A text message illuminated her phone: "Stedman, delayed in Chicago by weather. Coming home tomorrow, love you deeply." She texted back a heart. Their shorthand developed across decades. Their partnership had outlasted entertainment empires and presidential administrations, anchored not by legal documentation, but by mutual respect and shared purpose. Before sleep, she recorded voice notes for her memoir project, not for immediate publication, but for eventual reckoning. The story of a black girl from Mississippi who built media sovereignty, who normalized women, especially black women, as equity-holding operators in the most public industries, who converted trauma into platform and platform into power. "Turn your wounds into wisdom," she whispered, quoting her younger self. "Own the IP, ask for equity, not salary." The next morning, fog again embraced the Montecito Hills. Oprah walked her property alone, feeling the earth beneath her feet, a grounding ritual unchanged since her first land purchase decades earlier. Ownership was more than a legal title. It was a relationship with place, with possibility. Her phone vibrated with an alert: Warner Brothers. Discovery stock had dropped on streaming subscriber misses. OWN's value as a black audience pipeline had likely increased in the volatility. Jeff Jacobs would have called immediately, strategizing leverage points for their next negotiation round. His absence remained a governance vacuum, filled with structures but missing his specific genius. Back at the main house, her assistant waited with the day's schedule and a stack of Leadership Academy applications for her review. This year's class would bring the alumni network to nearly 700 young women, future doctors, engineers, artists, entrepreneurs. Not charity cases, but investments in human capital. "The board meeting materials are ready for your review," her assistant noted. An Apple called about the documentary release schedule. Oprah nodded, moving from landowner to executive with practiced ease. The discipline that had propelled her from poverty to prosperity remained unchanged. Control your schedule, own your output, invest in what matters. In her office, surrounded by books and artifacts from 5 decades in the public eye, she prepared for another day of stewardship. Not of an entertainment empire at its peak, but of a legacy in careful transition. The daily grind of broadcasting had given way to selective projects, strategic investments, and institutional reinforcement. The television that had made her famous now played only occasionally in her home. The medium had fragmented, the audience atomized across platforms. Even her Harry and Meghan interview, a ratings blockbuster by 2021 standards, reached just a fraction of her 1990s viewership. But influence transcended viewership. Impact outlasted ratings. The seeds planted across decades, educational institutions, narrative frameworks, ownership models, would bear fruit long after broadcast frequencies went silent. Outside her window, California light bathed her gardens in gold. 70 years from Mississippi mud to Montecito heights. From listening for survival to listening as an industry. From chasing approval to building institutions. She touched the journal on her desk, where last night's entry concluded with words that might eventually serve as epitaph. Own what you create. Invest in what you use. Meet crisis face first. Let generosity be an operating system, not a press release. The phone rang. The world was still calling, still needing the wisdom of a woman who had transformed pain into platform and platform into purpose. Oprah smiled and answered, her voice still rich with the cadence of a storyteller who knew that endings were merely transitions to what came next.